Chapter 720. Outside Julu City, about 50 miles away in an abandoned manor. Mountains surrounded the manor in the distance. Nearby, there was a pavilion close by. This was a relatively good area, but the huge manor seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Every corner exuded an aura of desolation and decay. Screech! Above the sky, an eagle soared into the sky. In the center of the manor stood a pavilion that was nearly 100 meters tall. This pavilion was the only building in the entire manor that was still in good condition. It looked relatively grand. At this moment, the outer layer of the pavilion was covered in a layer of brilliant light, golden patterns. The light patterns were like a curtain of water attached to the stone walls of the pavilion. The most surprising thing was that there was an awe-inspiring giant eagle at the top of the pavilion. This giant eagle was not a real demonic beast, but an illusory golden shadow. But even so, the aura it emitted was comparable to a genuine beast king, ferocious being. The golden eagle perched at the top of the pavilion, like a guardian divine beast that guarded the land of the gods. Everything around it dared not approach it. At this moment, there were 8 or 9 people gathered on the spacious square in front of the pavilion. It's already the 15th day. When will Senior Brother Shan complete his breakthrough? Hua Shui said anxiously. It should be soon. Su Lang said, You've said this 5 or 6 times. You only know how to bluff. Hua Shui was slightly dissatisfied. The others also looked at each other in confusion. Su Lang was a little speechless as he shook his head and said, Senior Brother Shan's bloodline limit is a little special. When others make a breakthrough, they do it step by step. However, Senior Brother Shan's bloodline limit is well prepared. His bloodline limit will automatically store energy for him, and when the stored energy reaches a certain value, he will directly make a huge breakthrough. Therefore, the time it takes to make a breakthrough is also relatively long. The others were slightly startled and could not help but feel a little surprised. In other words, Senior Brother Shan will not only reach the first level of the Earth Profound Realm? Fu Qin asked. That's right. He will at least reach the 2nd level or even the 3rd level. Wow! So powerful! Hua Shui exclaimed enviously. Now our fairy palace also has a disciple in the profound world realm. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. Aren't you guys underestimating Senior Brother Danjin's abilities too much? Do you really think that there are no talents in our flying immortal palace? Usually, everyone hides their strength, but when it's time to show it, there aren't many who are weak. Indeed. Ling Tao nodded in agreement. To be honest, Nangong Hao of the Demon Slayer Palace and Lung Lingyan of the Void Palace are much stronger than we thought. At the mention of Nangong Hao and Lung Lingyan, everyone immediately thought of the heaven and earth mystic yellow token. I don't know where Chu Hen went. We haven't seen him for almost a month. If we had known, we wouldn't have left him there alone. Hua Shui complained in a low voice. They frowned slightly. Indeed, the one they were most worried about was Chu Hen. Previously, when Haozi, Nongqi, and Hua Shui returned to Julu City, they told everyone about what happened to Yao. After everyone heard it, they sighed endlessly. After so long, no one could guarantee what choice Chu Hen would make. Don't worry. I know Chu Hen. He will definitely find us, Haozi said to everyone with certainty. Suddenly, Nongqi's heart trembled. She frowned and shouted coldly, Someone is coming! Everyone was shocked. Who is it? Is it Chu Hen? Jishu asked. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of cold and sinister wind swept towards them from all directions. Everyone be careful, it's the people from the blood refining hall. What? As expected, in the next moment, more than 10 gloomy figures with strong auras flashed over from afar. The person in the lead had a sickly pale complexion. It was Liao Rui who they met in Songhai City previously. Everyone, it's really hard for us to find you. Why are you hiding in such a shabby place? Liao Rui smiled lightly, and his eyes were filled with deep playfulness. Everyone from Mount Kunliu's side looked solemn. The reason why they left Jilu City and came to this place to wait for Dan Zhen's breakthrough was to avoid some hostile forces from interfering. Now, there were only 4 months left before the opening of the ancient Desolation Heaven territory. All the major regions were in the most chaotic period. In order to fight for the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Token, all kinds of unexpected situations could happen. Mount Kunliu and the Blood Refining Hall were mortal enemies. In addition, Chu Hen had cheated Liao Rui of 3 billion upper-grade primordial crystal stones at the Baitsong Tower auction previously. This made them hold a grudge. Therefore, the Blood Refining Hall had been searching for the whereabouts of Mount Kunliu and the others. Chu Hen wasn't here. Dan Zhen was at the critical moment of breakthrough again. The situation at Mount Kunliu's side suddenly became extremely dangerous. What to do? Senior brother Haozi, please take them and leave first, Su Lang said in a deep voice. What about you? Haozi asked. Ling Tao and I will bring up the rear. This is what senior brother Shan Zhen told us before. Once we encounter an irreversible crisis, we don't have to care about him anymore. Su Lang's words were especially heavy. It was obvious that he didn't want to do so. However, the two of them and Dan Zhen often went out on team missions, so they always followed Dan Zhen's orders. Under such circumstances, there was no need to put up a fight when they knew that the outcome would be failure. Since that's the case, I should bring up the rear. You guys go first, Haozi said decisively. The few of them faintly trembled and immediately said while playing the zither, Senior brother Zhou, this is the grudge between Mount Kunliu and the Blood Refining Hall. It has nothing to do with you. You should leave. However, you guys are also Chu Hen's friends. Based on this, I can't just stand by and watch. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant white light was released from Haozi's body, and a shadow of a heavenly rat loomed behind him. No one wants to leave. Then let's fight. Let's fight. Haozi stepped on the air and took the lead to turn into a flowing light, rushing towards Liao Rui. Seeing this, everyone's blood was boiling and their fighting spirit was immediately high. Humph, reckless. Liao Rui sneered. Then he raised his hand and waved, saying, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Kill. In an instant, the two sides collided head-on like a group of fierce beasts fighting. Bang! Haozi and Liao Rui bore the brunt and collided head-on with each other. A mass of mighty true inner force light pattern bloomed brilliantly between heaven and earth. Huashue, you retreat to the back. Su Lang raised his hand and drew out his sword. Dozens of powerful sword chi chopped at the people of the Blood Refining Hall in front of him. After all, Huashue was just a medical spiritual tattooist and was not good at fighting. Her best choice was to retreat to the back area to watch the fight. I've become the most useless one again, Huashue curled her lips. She was both helpless and anxious and prayed secretly. Senior brother Shanzhen, you have to hurry up. If you don't come out, we will all die. And Chu Hen, you'd better be on your way, or you'll be waiting for us to collect the corpses. Woo, I'm such a lovely girl, but I'm not married yet. I don't want to be a beauty with a short life. At this moment, in a deep valley, a huge, colorful snake was swimming in the woods. Wherever the colorful snake went, birds and beasts fled, and many evil beasts dared not to approach it. Whoosh! At this time, a cold man in cyan flashed here. His cold pupils were vertical, which was actually a pair of demonic snake pupils. Chapter 7:21. Boom! A fierce battle immediately broke out in this abandoned manor. On the side of Mount Kunliu, except for Huashue, the medical master, and Shanjin, who was in the attic, all of them went to battle with the enemies of the Blood Refining Hall. As the only master of the profound world realm at present, Haozi naturally fought with Liao Rui, who was the strongest on the other side. As soon as they fought, the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Lava-killing fist. Qi Teng let out a furious roar, An incomparably ferocious giant rock fist was thrown out. What was different from the past was that this time the fist was actually dark red in color. An incomparably scorching airwave spread out, as if it was formed from the lava inside the volcano. Humph! Insignificant skill. His opponent sneered and pushed out his palm to meet the attack with disdain. Bang! The mighty palm energy and the fierce fist energy collided with each other, causing a heavy explosion that sounded like a clap of thunder. A dense mass of air then spread out. Although Chi Tang's punch could not hurt his opponent, he did not retreat. Chi Tang and Lu Qi, who were originally the weakest in the team, after consuming the Dragon Saliva Saint Pellet and Tiger Power Heavenly Pill that Chu Hen had auctioned for them, their cultivation had also increased by a large margin, from the original 5th stage of the void-piercing realm to the 8th stage, of course, under normal circumstances. 2 elixirs were not enough for them to improve their strength so fast in such a short time. But later, Hua Shui specially made an auxiliary elixir for them, Yunxiang Powder. With the help of Yunxiang Powder, Chi Tang and Lu Qi could absorb the efficacy of the 2 elixirs to the greatest extent in the shortest time. Thus, their cultivation reached the current level. In the chaotic battle, all kinds of fierce power wantonly burst out and splashed, which made the abandoned manor even more fragmented, with broken walls. The people of Mount Kunliu stayed here with the determination to cut off all means of retreat. Everyone tried their best to break out the strongest fighting form, without any reservation. What they were afraid of was fighting with their lives. In contrast, the Blood Refining Hall came here today just to kill all the people from Mount Kunlu. Naturally, they would not risk their lives to fight with them. However, their advantage in numbers had allowed them to establish their chances of winning early on. Boom! A circle of intense light patterns exploded in midair, setting off waves of dust and smoke that filled the sky. Chi Tang and Lu Qi were defeated one after another. After all, it was a realm that was achieved through the use of pills. Without a certain amount of time to stabilize it, the thickness of one's true origin energy would be slightly weaker. Both of them were hit by the enemy's attacks. They spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying from the sky. The people of the Blood Refining Hall took advantage of the situation and rose up. They seemed to want to chase and kill the 2 people. Ha! You dare to challenge us with just this bit of skill? You must be tired of living. Kill these 2 useless people. That's exactly what I was thinking, hee. Seeing that Chi Tang and Lu Qi were about to die, the faces of the Mount Kun Lu experts changed drastically. Unfortunately, no one could step forward to rescue him. They could only watch helplessly. Buzz! But at this moment, 2 holy white beams suddenly attacked from the rear area and hit the backs of Chi Tang and Lu Qi respectively. In an instant, the 2 people's bodies bloomed with a dazzling, holy brilliance. What was more amazing was that the 2 people's dispirited breaths rose again. The next moment, Chi Tang and Lu Qi's eyes turned cold and they burst out a powerful momentum, respectively. Giant rock-cracking earth collapse, swaying wind and rain kill. Boom! The ground cracked and bulged up. Along with a powerful aura, a huge earth dragon immediately soared into the sky from the ground, sweeping up a powerful might as it roared out. On Lu Qi's side, the wind and rain fell together, and the hurricane was shocking. Countless crystal-clear water droplets instantly turned into cold and sharp arrows, which pierced through the air and cracked the air. The momentum was like flowing light, pouring down with an overwhelming momentum. What? The 2 masters of the Blood Refining Hall all changed their faces and were extremely shocked. Bang! One of them was directly hit in the chest by the earth dragon with monstrous momentum. His bones were broken and his chest was sunken. His internal organs were all damaged. He fell to the ground like a sandbag, and it seemed that he would not survive. On the other hand, the other person was even penetrated into a sieve by the dense and sharp water arrows, causing blood to splatter and gush out explosively from his entire body, and he instantly lost his life. In the blink of an eye, Qi Tang and Lu Qi actually completed a strong counterattack, which really shocked everyone. The two people's breaths were obviously much steadier, and they didn't look like they were injured at all. Hee hee, how could I be the most useless? A playful voice came from the rear area of the battle. Everyone in Mount Kunliu was stunned, and their eyes turned to Hua Shui, who was outside the battle. They saw Hua Shui sitting under the attic with many dazzling runes lingering around her body. The gorgeous runes were like stars revolving around the sun. Hua Shui revealed the celestial qi that had never been seen before. Is it the art of accumulating divine vitality? Ji Shu said subconsciously. The art of accumulating divine vitality? The moment Su Lang, Ling Tao, Fu Qin, and the rest heard this name, their faces were filled with shock. Even the eyes of Liao Rui and the rest from the blood refining sect turned cold. This was the supreme secret skill that was known as the most powerful healing skill in Mount Kunliu. It was a top-notch secret skill even in the entire Eastern Victory State. The art of accumulating divine vitality could allow the injured to recover from their injuries in an extremely short time, up to 1 second. In other words, as long as they were not killed in one blow, they basically wouldn't die. Little girl, when did you learn the accumulating spirit Saint Qi technique? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Fu Qin, who had knocked away a man from the blood refining sect with a sword, scolded coldly. It's in the mysterious flying, celestial realm. I forgot about it before. Hua Shui said innocently. Everyone was completely defeated by the other party. How could they forget about such a thing? However, other than being surprised, the morale of the people from Mount Kunliu was greatly boosted. With the powerful support of Hua Shui, what was there to be afraid of? All of you just fight with all your might. I guarantee the safety of all of you. Boom! Hua Shui quickly operated the art of accumulating divine vitality. With her as the center between the heavens and the earth, countless dazzling and beautiful light patterns were intertwined. The runes that filled the sky were like spiritual butterflies and spiritual geese, and they quickly swept towards the people of Mount Kunliu. Buzz! Beams of dazzling light penetrated into the bodies of the people from Mount Kunliu. All of them began to have a touch of white light that was as thin as a veil. An extremely rich life force was released from their bodies. Haha, awesome! Su Lang laughed loudly, and his momentum soared to the sky. The sharp sword in his hand slashed down like a divine ray, and the throat of a disciple of the blood refining sect was cut off on the spot. The other people from Mount Kunliu also rose up one after another. They were fearless and no longer had any restrictions. In this way, the people from the blood refining sect couldn't help but be annoyed. They didn't expect that Hua Shui, who was so young, had mastered the strongest healing skill of Mount Kunliu. It was really surprising. Boom! Liao Rui and Haozi hit each other with their palms. The powerful and mighty true inner force burst out from within, causing the space to shake uneasily. Humph! If you think that you can stop us like this, then you are really too naive. After that, a cold and evil aura burst out from Liao Rui's body. He condensed one of his hands in the void, and an illusory gray light pattern was like an endless tide that blotted out the sky and the earth, sweeping in all directions. Buzz, buzz. The next moment, all kinds of noisy and uneasy chaotic sounds were startled from the surroundings. The mighty black tide surged towards this area from far to near. And this black tide was actually made up of thousands of poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. They flew in the sky, crawled on the ground, fell on the grass, and swam in the water. All kinds of poisonous insects, snakes, and ants emitted bright and beautiful colors. Their momentum was like a demon army, and they rushed towards the people from Mount Kunliu with the momentum of besieging and killing. Chapter 7:22. Buzz, buzz. Overwhelming black waves surged from all directions, and the mighty army of venomous insects, snakes, and ants exuded a particularly terrifying evil aura. Giant bees, fire ants, poisonous mosquitoes, and so on, all kinds of dangerous poisonous creatures made people's scalps numb. In addition to their huge bodies, these poisonous creatures also had amazing attacking power. They were not ordinary poisons, but powerful killing weapons refined by people of the Blood Refining Hall in various unorthodox ways. The Blood Refining Hall was originally an evil sect. This sect would often refine some poisonous insects and poisonous creatures as their killing methods. Looking at the overwhelming poisonous creatures in front of them, everyone in Mount Kunlun frowned and felt their scalps numb unconsciously. Humph! Today I will kill all of you without leaving any bones. Liao Rui's gloomy and cold pupils flashed with thick coldness and complacency. Under his control, the overwhelming poisonous insects, snakes, and ants were divided into 3 groups and launched an attack. One group rushed to Hua Shui, one group rushed to the attic, and the other group attacked the people in Mount Kunlun Hua Shui, who possessed the top medical skill, accumulating divine vitality skill, became the first target of the Blood Refining Hall. Dan Jun, who was in the attic and might break through at any time, was also a potential threat. They must kill her as soon as possible. Comparatively, the other people in Mount Kunlun were not too big a threat. Help! So many insects! As a girl, Hua Shui's face turned pale. She curled up and was about to cry. The faces of the people in Mount Kunlun changed again and again. The number of these poisonous insects, snakes, and ants was so great that it was impossible to guard against them. Suddenly, right at this moment, something even more astounding occurred. The ground below suddenly bulged up one by one. Then the bulge broke open and small furry heads came out from inside. Ah, Mom! So many rats! This time Hua Shui was really scared to tears. Her voice was really penetrating. It was so loud that it made people's eardrums hurt. Watch your words. They are not rats, but weasels. Some places call them ferrets. Haozi's speechless voice came. Hua Shui couldn't care less. She cried. Anyway, they are all rats. I'm so scared. Most of the things that most girls were afraid of were nothing more than venomous insects and rats. Right now, the overwhelming number of venomous insects, snakes, and ants, as well as the big rats that kept popping out, had almost scared Hua Shui to the point of fainting. Then, before the people of Mount Kunlun and Blood Refining Hall could react, streaks of flowing light phantoms burst out from the potholes on the ground and directly plunged into the poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, wantonly slaughtering them. What this is? Shock surged in everyone's hearts once again, and they all looked at Rat with astonishment in their eyes. No one had expected that Liao Rui would summon such an army of poisonous insects, and Haozi would actually summon such a huge army of weasels. Weasels were small carnivorous creatures. From venomous insects and ants to venomous snakes and lizards, weasels preyed on everything. The aggressiveness of a weasel was astonishing. At this moment, the weasel army that Haozi summoned was not an ordinary wild beast, but a weasel beast. A small weasel beast was a demonic beast at the level of a spiritual beast. Not only did it have sharp teeth and claws, but it also had a very strong immunity to poison. In front of them, the numerous venomous insects and snakes could not gain any advantage at all. These weasel beasts were extremely fast. They turned into streaks of flowing light and pounced on the surrounding swarm of venomous insects. They opened their sharp teeth and either bit them to pieces or swallowed them directly into their stomachs. Moreover, among these weasel beasts, there was a large weasel with purplish golden fur that was about half the height of a human. This was the king of the weasel beasts and had reached the level of a beast king. A single weasel beast was not scary, but this endless tide of rats was absolutely terrifying. The mighty weasel army was like a tide, fighting with the endless venomous insects, snakes, and ants. Big Gold, protect my friends. Don't let them get close to that attic. As Haozi attacked Liao Rui, he instructed the largest weasel king with purplish golden fur below. Squeak, squeak! The purplish golden weasel king responded repeatedly, and then let out a high-pitched and sharp howl. like a general who issued an order. The extremely fierce fighting constantly expanded the scope of the battle. The dense swarm of venomous insects, snakes, and ants collided with the mighty weasel group like two tides. Although the number of the former was dozens of times that of the weasel group, a weasel beast could devour and kill more than 100 venomous insects. Only those larger venomous snakes could barely compete with the weasels one-on-one. But the number of venomous snakes was obviously not enough. After a fierce fight, the weasel army blocked the army of venomous insects. Good job! Su Lang could not help but exclaim. Kill! Counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Under the leadership of Haozi, the team of Mount Kunliu managed to resist the continuous attacks of the blood-refining hull. Liao Rui was furious, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He never expected that the seemingly inconspicuous man with small eyes could communicate with the weasel family's evil beasts. To be honest, it was not difficult for the venomous insects they raised to kill the population of a small or medium-sized city. But today they met their nemesis. At the moment, the only way to win was to destroy the team of Mount Kunliu first and kill all these people. Go to hell! Liao Rui's gloomy face bulged with blue veins, and he attacked Haozi with all his strength. The surging palm's strength released a torrent-like gray shockwave, and the terrible power was like a huge wave covering the sky. Haozi's eyes turned cold, and his genuine vitality rose. The surging genuine vitality quickly transformed into a golden heavenly rat phantom of 100 feet high behind him. Majestic and awe-inspiring, like the king of rats. Boom! The two fierce and violent forces collided head-on, setting off monstrous airwaves, and the surging light patterns splashed and danced wantonly between heaven and earth. The strong aftermath of the fierce wind whistled between heaven and earth. The battle between the two experts at the profound world realm caused the sky to be shrouded by the dark tide, and it was overshadowed. With the help of the Weasel Army, the situation at Mount Kunliu gradually stabilized. Meanwhile, Hua Shui, who was in the middle of the chaotic battle between the two groups of beasts, had long been scared silly. Although her tears had stopped, she was still sobbing like a little girl. So these rats are on our side. Look carefully, they are actually quite cute. Weasels were more inclined towards the appearance of a marten, and the fur on their bodies was worth 1,000 gold. To be honest, they were incomparable to ordinary rats in all aspects. And in this chaotic battle, the number of venomous insects, snakes, and ants was rapidly decreasing. But the weasel beasts also suffered many casualties. Immediately, Hua Shui straightened her posture and once again released the powerful power of the accumulating spirit Saint Chi technique. Rays of bright light patterns spread out and bounced onto the injured weasels. In the next moment, the injured and dying weasels once again glowed with exuberant vitality. One by one, they were revived and once again joined the chaotic battle. Squeak, squeak! Seeing this, the purple gold weasel king could not help but let out a high-pitched squeak, as if expressing its gratitude to Hua Shui. Hua Shui blinked her eyes and smiled through her tears. You're welcome. The situation on both sides was developing towards a reversal. However, at this moment, a cold and gloomy aura suddenly swept towards this side. Everyone's heart was instantly shocked. A large number of weasels and venomous insects were all sent flying by an irresistible aura. Immediately after, an incomparably huge, multicolored python appeared. What? Looking at this giant python, everyone turned pale with fright. This giant python's body was more than 400 to 500 meters long, and the aura it emitted suppressed everyone present. Even Haozi and Liao Rui, the two experts in the profound world realm, were frightened and fearful. Hiss, hiss! The multicolored giant python attacked at lightning speed, coiling around the imposing pavilion in the central area like a coiling dragon. The huge snake's body coiled around the inside and outside of the pavilion, as if it was coiling around a giant beast. Not good. Its target is Senior Brother Shan Zhen. Ling Tao's expression changed greatly, and he could not help but exclaim, "Haozi, Fu Qin, Qi Tung Hua Shui," and the others were also shocked and aghast. In comparison, the blood refining hall was secretly delighted. It seemed that Mount Kuan-Lu did not only offend the blood refining hall, but also other forces. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. No matter what, this was definitely a pleasant surprise for the blood refining hall. Screech! Seeing the multicolored giant python suddenly launch an attack, the golden claw heavenly eagle that was guarding Shanzhen in the sky above the pavilion let out a loud and clear cry. Then it swooped down and pounced towards the giant python, as fast as lightning, a flowing light phantom. Facing the rapidly attacking golden claw heavenly eagle, the giant python opened its mouth wide, and a multicolored light pillar shot out from its mouth, directly hitting the golden claw heavenly eagle. Bang! An intense power swept out wantonly, and the terrifying power detonated the sky. Along with a violent, thunderous sound, the golden claw heavenly eagle was directly sent flying. In the next moment, the giant python's entire body tightened, releasing a powerful pressure. The golden light patterns that covered the surface of the pavilion rapidly dimmed, and the shadow of the eagle that stopped at the top also quickly dimmed, quickly returning to a transparent color. Not good! Everyone in Mount Kuan-Lu panicked. Once the pavilion was destroyed, Shanzhen, who was inside, would also be in danger. However, at this moment, no one could spare a hand to stop the other party. Even if they could spare a hand, no one was a match for this multicolored giant python. Densely packed cracks covered the inside and outside of the pavilion. It looked like a giant egg that was under great pressure and would collapse and explode at any time. Swoosh! At this moment, an incomparably rapid, wind-breaking momentum flew over from the horizon. A dazzling silver light traversed the horizon, like a glimpse of a graceful swan, the trajectory of a meteor, and a monstrous force that was comparable to a mountain pressed down. Bang! Chapter 7:23. Boom! Just as Shanzhen's pavilion was about to be crushed by the multicolored python, an extremely majestic and monstrous force suddenly pressed down, like a divine radiance, firmly hitting the huge body of the multicolored python. Endless bright silver light soared into the sky, and the raging and mighty shock wave was like a mountain torrent and a tsunami in an instant. Along with the pavilion that was suddenly destroyed, the multicolored python was directly blasted away by this terrifying force. Everyone's expression changed. Under the shock, the eyes of the people from Mount Kunliu's group suddenly surged with a deep sense of surprise. As the rocks flew and spiritual essence splashed, an extraordinary young figure emitted a powerful aura that suppressed the entire scene. Chu Hen, senior brother Shanzhen, is still inside. Hua Shui hurriedly pointed at the tumbling rocks and shouted at the pavilion that had more than half of it collapsed. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. Then he pointed down with one hand, and a huge suction force erupted from his palm. The invisible traction force was like a giant whale sucking in water, immediately causing the falling rocks to stop in midair. Then Chu Hen retracted his 5 fingers and clenched his palm. Bang! With an explosive sound, the rocks were directly crushed into powder. What a powerful force! The people from Mount Kunliu's group were all dumbfounded. They were astonished. How long had it been since they last met? And Chu Hen's cultivation had actually increased so much again. Buzz, buzz! At the same time, the multicolored python that was sent flying shone brilliantly. Along with the restless space, the huge snake body that was more than 500 meters long actually shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a slender and tall figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was an enchanting and charming young woman in a long, colorful dress. She had a fair oval face and a pair of dark green eyes that were very seductive. "It's someone from the Heavenly Serpent Clan!" Su Lang shouted in a deep voice. The people from Mount Kunliu's group were not particularly surprised about this. Previously at the wind soaring source, Chu Hen had first killed the man from the Fong clan, and then repelled the expert from the Heavenly Serpent Clan, Qi Lianchong. now that the Heavenly Serpent clan had found their way here, it was not surprising. Boom! Then an extremely cold and terrifying aura surged over from the other side of the sky. Hee, we meet again! A cold and strange laughter rang out, and a familiar figure flew over. Who else could it be but Qi Lianchong? In the sky behind Qi Lianchong, the shadow of a huge heaven-devouring python appeared. The phantom was 1,000 meters long and stood proudly under the sky like a coiling dragon. Hiss! In the next moment, the sky-devouring giant python leaped out and swooped down, bringing with it a frightening ferocity as it pounced towards Chu Hen below. You escaped last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. Die! Qi Lianchong's vertical pupils flashed with a cold light. In the face of the menacing and terrifying attack, Chu Hen was a little disdainful. Buzz! A black light rose, and a powerful sword momentum swept out. Countless black cyclones quickly intertwined in front of him, and immediately turned into a huge black sword. The endless murderous aura caused even the heavens and the earth to dim a little. Boom! The collision of the two was like a mountain torrent, shaking the surroundings under the shocked gazes of everyone present. The huge black sword rushed straight into the mouth of the sky-devouring giant python and penetrated its entire body. It broke through the layers of obstacles and slashed towards Qi Lianchong like a divine ray. What? Qi Lianchong's expression changed drastically and his pupils shrank. Since when did Chu Hen's cultivation become so terrifying? Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the black sword light heavily bombarded Qi Lianchong's body. A powerful sword light blossomed in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth like a misty rain. Almost at the same time, the enchanting woman formed by the colorful giant python instantly arrived beside Qi Lianchong. She grabbed his shoulder and dragged him out. Even so, the peerless sword Qi still sliced off nearly half of Qi Lianchong's shoulder. His entire right arm was instantly turned into a bloody mess and turned into nothingness. Ah! Qi Lianchong let out a scream of shock and anger, causing everyone who heard it to feel a chill down their spines. If the woman hadn't acted in time, Qi Lianchong would have been obliterated in an instant, leaving nothing behind. How could this be? This Chu Hen was about to kill a profound world realm expert with a single move. Looking at Qi Lianchong, who had half of his shoulder chopped off, the enchanting woman did not seem angry at all. Instead, she looked at Chu Hen with a smile and chuckled. Little brother, you're really capable. If I kill you, even I would feel that it would be a pity. Hua! Immediately after, a strange and enchanting aura was emitted from her dark green eyes. An invisible wave of air rippled between heaven and earth. Her pupils immediately converged and condensed, turning into a pair of vertical and sharp snake eyes in an instant. Everyone present felt an inexplicable palpitation in their hearts. At the same time, the space in front of Chu Hen immediately underwent a huge change. The world was spinning, and everything around him was distorted. It was like a dream or an illusion. It was as if Chu Hen had fallen into an endless and vast star field. It was as if he was the only person left in the entire world. However, in the next second, a layer of ripples appeared in the void under Chu Hen's feet. Then a colorful python sprang out of the ripples and wrapped around Chu Hen's feet, binding him tightly. Hiss! The python wrapped around Chu Hen's neck like a tree. The snake's head turned into the head of a young woman. She opened her mouth, revealing a pair of sharp, poisonous fangs that flickered with a dazzling light. The danger had already arrived at his side, but Chu Hen had a calm expression as he muttered to himself. An illusion technique? At the moment when the snake woman's poisonous fangs were about to descend onto the back of Chu Hen's neck, the space trembled. Chu Hen's eyelids opened, and a strange purple glow bloomed in his pitch-black pupils. A monstrous aura that was like a tempestuous wave suddenly erupted from his body. The boundless purple glow was like a radiant sun that emitted divine radiance. A myriad of purple shadows were like sharp swords that pierced through the sky, and they directly minced the snake woman that was coiled around him into pieces. Bang! In the sky above the abandoned manor, a majestic force was comparable to a landslide or a tsunami. An extremely powerful and piercingly cold gale covered the heavens and the earth, and it crushed down all the way. The illusory space that enveloped Chu Hen completely collapsed. At the center of the energy that shot into the sky, Chu Hen's body was surrounded by a purple glow, and he emitted an unshakable, heroic aura. The surrounding people were all shaken and retreated continuously. The seductive woman in front of him had her long hair dancing and her dress swaying. She looked at Chu Hen with a bit of surprise in her eyes. Hee, my brother is really not an ordinary person. Today, I will give you face and won't entangle with you anymore. Senior Sister Lan Nuo. Qi Lianchong shouted with extreme unwillingness. Today his arm was destroyed by Chu Hen. If he just let it go, he really couldn't swallow it. However, the seductive woman just smiled sweetly. She glanced at Chu Hen with her seductive eyes, and then she grabbed Qi Lianchong's shoulder and flew away. Shrouded by a cloud of colorful mist, they immediately disappeared in front of everyone. As soon as the two people of the Heavenly Snake clan left, the people of the Blood Refining Hall immediately panicked. Liao Rui's eyes were full of fear as he looked at Chu Hen. He almost killed Qi Lianchong with a casual sword strike. His cultivation was too strong. So, Liao Rui's face suddenly changed. He seemed to think of something and subconsciously shouted, "You killed Lu Chuanfeng?" Songhai City, Beiqian Chamber of Commerce, Lu Chuanfeng. That day, the mysterious black-clothed man robbed the Heaven and Earth Xian yellow token. And then someone let the black-clothed man go under Lu Chuanfeng's eyes. A few days later, it was said that Lu Chuanfeng was killed outside Songhai City. And Chu Hen was almost separated from the team of Mount Kunliu at that time. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth rose slightly, and he replied indifferently, "Correct answer. But unfortunately, there is no reward." Boom! All of a sudden, people of the Blood Refining Hall seemed to be struck by lightning. Their faces were full of horror, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Chu Hen. Swoosh! There was a flash of coldness in Chu Hen's eyes. He moved his mind, and the real vitality in his body rose. A green holy sword swept out from his palm and flew out like an aurora shuttle, looking at the green sword shadow. Liao Rui's pupils trembled again, and his face was as pale as paper. Chapter 724. Blue ran sword, the sword of the head of Mount Kunliu, looking at the green holy sword flying towards him. Liao Rui's pupils shrank violently, and his face was suddenly filled with deep shock and disbelief. Whoosh! The fierce sword Qi broke the wind and arrived faster and faster, like the divine light from the sky. It rolled up the cold killing intent and slashed towards the masters of the Blood Refining Hall. Hiss! Blood was flying, and the light rain was flying. Blue ran sword was as fast as lightning, and it pierced the throats of the masters of the Blood Refining Hall one after another unstoppably. The speed of reaping people's lives was frightening. Hurried and short miserable cries rose up one after another. Everyone was pierced through by the blue ran sword like wooden stakes. In an instant, except for Liao Rui, all the disciples of the Blood Refining Hall were killed on the spot. Everyone on Mount Kunliu was completely dumbfounded and dumbfounded. It was 2F* King fast. However, in the next instant, the blue sky sword drew out a powerful arc in the air as it assaulted Liao Rui once more. Oam! Oam! As it moved, the blue sky sword emitted a brilliant light, and countless dazzling green markings formed circle after circle of flowing waves. The flowing shadows outside the blade of the sword swiftly enlarged, and it instantly transformed into an enormous sword pillar that was 300 m wide. The momentum was shocking, and it was powerful enough to cut mountains and rivers. Liao Rui was shocked, and his face was full of panic because of the shock. In his haste, the true origin energy in his body gushed out without holding back in the slightest. And with a push of his palms, the might of his palms that were vast like a torrent shot forward to meet the attack. Bang! The peerlessly powerful sword pillar collided fiercely with the vast gray torrent of the great Tao. The heavy, loud sound was deafening, and the thunder was crisscrossing, detonating the sky. Two kinds of power of different colors set off layers of stormy waves, and the blue waves were horrified. A circle of powerful chi wave light patterns swayed in the air, and the surrounding space fell into a state of distortion. The ground below immediately sunk, and the various buildings and walls in the manor were crushed into pieces. Bang! Then Blue Ran's sword fell down, smashing the thick gray light, and the cold flame hit Liao Rui's body. The latter's body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The true essence defensive shield around his body was completely shattered. Liao Rui's face turned pale. He covered his chest with one hand, looked fierce, and shouted angrily, "Our blood-refining hull will not let it go." After saying that, he turned around and turned into a stream of light that shot out. Boom! As soon as he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from the central pavilion. Half of the pavilion that had collapsed previously was now completely smashed to pieces. The impact of the raging airwaves directly razed it to the ground. Screech! What followed was a resounding eagle cry that shook the heavens. Senior Marshal Brother Shanzhen has woken up! Hua Shui exclaimed. The eyes of the others on Mount Kun Lu also lit up. In the next instant, a sharp figure emitting a bright light shot out like an aurora. The rapid sound of breaking wind was extremely sharp. In the process of tracing, Shanzhen's body bloomed with thousands of dazzling, holy brilliance. The light patterns quickly intertwined and instantly transformed into a majestic golden eagle phantom outside Shanzhen's body. The eagle had a wingspan of 1,000 meters. It swallowed the mountains and rivers and moved like the wind and lightning. It chased in the direction where Liao Rui escaped with an earth-shattering momentum. "Since you're here, don't leave." Shanzhen's voice was like thunder, and his aura was monstrous. His speed was as fast as a meteor catching up with the moon. He rapidly shortened the distance between him and Liao Rui. What? Feeling the overwhelming, terrifying aura behind him, Liao Rui's face changed dramatically, and his eyes were filled with horror. Boom! With a loud sound, the giant golden eagle that shrouded Shanzhen's body hit Liao Rui's body fiercely with the power to hit the sky. The mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the sky shook. A huge mass of air surged into the sky, almost piercing through the sky. Liao Rui let out a miserable howl, and with a muffled bang, his body immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The scarlet rain of blood rained down from the sky, and the vast and mighty aura whistled in all directions. Immediately, the giant golden eagle soared into the sky and turned into a fierce young figure that appeared in the void. Wow! Everyone from Mount Kun Lu revealed an expression of surprise. Even Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows slightly twitched as a faint astonishment appeared in his eyes. Third level of the earth profound realm. When others were cultivating, their realms would increase gradually, level by level. However, the limits of Shanzhen's bloodline were special. Her power was gathered in her body, and when it reached a certain value, it would increase by a large margin in one go. There were advantages and disadvantages to this. The disadvantage was that her realm would be weaker than others at the same time. However, the advantage was that she would rarely get stuck at a bottleneck. After all, the huge amount of energy gathered in her body had a great effect on breaking through the bottleneck. Buzz, buzz! The people of the blood refining hall were annihilated, and the poisonous insects, snakes, and ants were quickly extinguished by the weasel army. Soon, the battle in this place came to an end. Everyone on Mount Kunliu, who had been tensed up, could finally relax. Haozi then put his finger to his mouth and blew a loud whistle. Immediately, The weasel army retreated like a tide. Squeak, squeak! Before the purple gold weasel king left, he didn't forget to wave his claws at Hua Shui, as if to thank her for saving the injured weasel beasts with the art of accumulating divine origin. Hua Shui really felt that these rats were becoming more and more adorable, and she also waved goodbye. Goodbye, handsome rat. Oh no, handsome sable. Everyone couldn't help but find it funny when they saw this. She was clearly crying for her parents just a moment ago, yet she actually became familiar with someone else now. Soon after, everyone landed in succession. Chu Hen and Dan Jin also landed on the ground one after another. After the fierce battle, the entire abandoned manor was in a mess. The corpses of poisonous insects, snakes, ants, and humans were scattered everywhere. Is everyone okay? Chu Hen asked. They shook their heads. They were indeed injured before, but with Hua Shui's strong help, everyone recovered very quickly. This time, the people of the blood refining hall were really unlucky. They misjudged the comprehensive strength of the people of Mount Kunliu and directly killed the whole team. I thought I could surpass you after this breakthrough. It seems that I thought too much. Shan Zhen laughed dryly and looked at Chu Hen helplessly. Chu Hen smiled and said, You're at the 3rd rank of the Earth Profound Realm, and I'm only at the 2nd rank. You have indeed surpassed me. Forget it. Don't be modest. We're on the same side. Although Shan Zhen's realm was indeed higher than Chu Hen's, the aura that Chu Hen revealed made Shan Zhen feel that it was difficult to compare with him. Moreover, when Chu Hen was at the 9th rank of the Void-Piercing Realm, he was able to kill Lu Chuanfeng, who was at the 3rd rank of the Earth Profound Realm. Dan Zhen did not doubt in the slightest that if she were to fight against Chu Hen, she would lose her life in less than 3 moves after so much. Shan Zhen had no choice but to accept it. Where have you been these days? You made us wait for a month. Hua Shui said with a little dissatisfaction. Chu Hen smiled and shook his head apologetically. I encountered something, and it took me some time to break through to the Earth Profound Realm. Everyone was stunned. In just a month, he jumped 2 ranks from the 9th rank of the Void-Piercing Realm to the 2nd rank of the Earth Profound Realm. This speed was really fast. Chu Hen did not intend to tell everyone what happened in the Seven Souls Palace of Kongyu City. It would affect his mood. As for the series of encounters with Tuoba Shah on the way, there was no need to say it. After all, the less people knew about it, the better. That Xiao Yao, did you send her back to Wang Valley? Haozi asked. Chapter 7:25. Did you send little Yao back to Wang Valley? Asked Haozi. The others also looked at him with questioning gazes. Chu Hen nodded slightly in confirmation. After you left, the people from Muang Valley came looking for us a few days later. Little Yao and I beat them at their own game and made them think that I kidnapped her. Everyone nodded. This could be considered as an excellent method. As long as Wuang Valley didn't get suspicious, Yi Yao would be relatively safe there. Then, Chu Hen looked at Dan Zhen, Fu Qin, and the others solemnly. Regarding this, I hope that you won't tell Feixian Palace Lord about it after we return to Mount Kunliu. Dan Zhen and Fu Qin looked at each other. Dan Jin said without hesitation, Don't worry. We know what to do. We definitely won't leak it to anyone. After all, this was a very important matter. The more people that knew, the more danger Yi Yao would be in. Once this matter was leaked, the consequences would be unimaginably severe. Chu Hen still trusted Dan Zhen quite a bit. However, in order to be sure, he still needed to remind everyone so that they wouldn't accidentally leak it out when the time comes. In fact, Dan Zhen really didn't plan on reporting this matter. After all, this was Chu Hen's personal matter. It had nothing to do with Mount Kunliu. Su Lang and Ling Tao were both trustworthy people. As for the others, there was no need to mention them. In the past few months, they had experienced so many life and death situations. It was enough to see a person's heart clearly. Wait, are we going back to Mount Kunliu? Hua Shui seemed to be smart this time. She understood what Chu Hen meant. Almost, answered Chu Hen. There's still 4 months before the ancient, desolate heaven region opens. There's not much point in staying here. It's better to go back and prepare. Is it the heaven and earth mystic yellow order? Don't worry. Chu Hen smiled confidently and said with a bit of confidence, I definitely won't fall behind those 2 people. Seeing how confident Chu Hen was, no one had any objections. After running around outside for so long, it was time to go back. Immediately, everyone left the abandoned villa that was in a mess. About half an hour later, on the outskirts of the forest outside of deer-chasing city, screech, along with the loud and joyful cry of an eagle, a scarlet-winged black eagle, with a wingspan of over 1,000 feet flew over with a mighty and ferocious aura. This scarlet-winged black hawk was Dan Zhen's mount. Compared to a few months ago, the crimson-winged black hawk's body was obviously much larger, and the aura it exuded was also stronger than before. This was the effect of eating the 10,000 beast fruit. Roar! Immediately after, a deafening roar sounded from another direction. The earth trembled, the mountains swayed, and large areas of vegetation and trees were flattened. Everyone raised their heads and looked over, only to see a huge fellow with a pair of wings on his back swooping down towards them. The aura he emitted directly suppressed the scarlet-winged black eagle. Beast Emperor, Mount Kunliu, and the others frowned. Su Lang, Ling Tao, and the others drew their swords. Wait, this guy seems to be Shi Yan's evil dragon beast. Hua Shui reminded with uncertainty. What? Shi Yan's evil dragon beast? As soon as this was said, everyone except Chu Hen was a little startled. Shi Yan's evil dragon beast? How did it become like this? Shi Yan's evil dragon beast was originally covered in a thick rock armor, but now, apart from the rock armor, its skin was also covered with a layer of fine scales. What was different from before was that its limbs had become longer, and its claws were sharper than before. It seemed to have some characteristics of a lizard dragon. Roar! As expected, the other party stopped in front of everyone, lowered its huge head, and stuck it in front of Chu Hen. A low and deep moan came from its throat. Has it transformed into a beast emperor? Chu Hen mumbled to himself and reached out to caress the beast's head a few times. Did this guy become like this because he ate the dark bone lizard dragon? Chi Tung asked subconsciously. As soon as he said that, everyone immediately reacted. When they left Haitian City, their first stop was the poisonous Dragon Lake. Then they encountered the first beast emperor, the dark bone lizard dragon, in the poisonous Dragon Lake. After Chu Hen killed the dark bone lizard dragon, Shi Yan's evil dragon beast devoured more than half of its body. Now that they looked carefully, the beast did have some characteristics of the dark bone lizard dragon. Although everyone sighed in their hearts, they had to admit that Shi Yan's evil dragon beast looked more domineering and powerful now. The aura it emitted was also much stronger than before. There was no doubt that it was a genuine beast emperor. This beast is not bad. It's most likely a mutated species. Shanjin nodded and gave her approval. Shi Yan's evil dragon beast roared loudly as if it understood what she said. Aya, just a few words of praise and you're so arrogant, Hua Shui said playfully. Everyone was speechless and shook their heads with a smile. Let's go. Chu Hen took the lead and jumped onto Shi Yan's evil dragon beast's back. Everyone followed him and climbed onto the back of the 2 giant beasts, accompanied by the sonorous cry of an eagle and the vigorous roar of a beast. The 2 gigantic beasts spread their wings and rose into the sky. They transformed into a stream of light and leaped into the clouds, sweeping in the direction of Mount Kunliu. By the way, Chu Hen, this is for you. Shanjun, who was on the back of the red-winged black eagle, suddenly waved his hand and a light shadow was thrown toward Chu Hen. Ta! Chu Hen casually took it into his palm. Everyone else also cast astonished gazes over, only to see that it was actually a heaven and earth yellow token. Hey? Senior brother Shanjun, where did you get it? Hua Shui asked curiously. Shanjun smiled and said, Where else could I get it? Of course. I picked it up from Liao Rui's place. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that after Dan Zhen killed Liao Rui of the blood refining hall, she also took his storage device into her pocket. When she checked it just now, she accidentally found a heaven and earth yellow token among them, which was a big surprise. Thanks a lot. Chu Hen nodded and said. Shanjun shook his head slightly, and a trace of deep meaning appeared in his eyes. From Chu Hen's expression, he actually didn't attach much importance to this heaven and earth yellow token. In other words, for Chu Hen, this heaven and earth yellow token didn't seem to be very important. So it was obvious that he had already collected a complete set of heaven and earth yellow tokens. It was terrifying to think about it. In less than half a month's time, Chu Hen had already completed the entire team's mission by himself. It was very obvious that his individual strength was much stronger than what they had imagined. At this moment, Dan Zhen could not help but look forward to the exciting expressions that the three Hall Masters were about to display. Chapter 7:26. In the evening, the sunset dyed more than half of the sky red under the illumination of the dense light patterns. The undulating mountains were dyed a fiery red. At the peak of the mountains, a few towering peaks were surrounded by the misty clouds. This was especially so for the mountain range in the middle. It was like a stone pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. An incomparably huge semicircular light screen covered an area of several hundred miles. From afar, it looked like a huge inverted bowl that isolated the peaks from the outside world. The endless blue mist inside surged wantonly, like the dark tide magic barrier that would not dissipate for 1,000 years. This area was originally one of the sacred places to practice martial arts in this province, but now it had become extremely quiet. Even the steps of the mountain entrance were overgrown with weeds. Rumble! Suddenly the mountain swayed, and the earth faintly trembled. An azure beam of light suddenly shot out from the inside of the light screen, reaching the clouds in the sky. Following that, the huge light screen barrier that spanned several hundred miles slowly split in the middle, split into two, and retreated to the sides. Boom! Boundless, vast, and evil aura surged out like a raging tsunami, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The beasts in the distance fled, and the birds and beasts scattered. All of them seemed to have smelled an extremely dangerous aura and did not dare to stay nearby. The sky darkened, and the nebula changed. It was as if a devil had descended on the vast land. Following that, the dense blue mist dissipated, and figures with fierce auras flew out. Every one of them emitted a cold, murderous aura. A cold figure, dressed in black, stood proudly at the top of the tallest mountain that was like a pillar that supported the heavens. This was a young man who emitted a fierce aura. His cold eyes seemed to be tainted with hatred, and there was a broadsword on his back. This broadsword was very strange. Its shape was like a pagoda. It was narrow at the front and wide at the back. It was divided into 7 levels, and the levels were clearly defined. It looked like a pagoda. Pavilion Master. The surrounding people rushed to the young man's side and knelt on one knee with a respectful expression. Not so long ago, they had addressed him as young lord, but in their hearts they had regarded him as an idiot. Now, everyone revealed heartfelt reverence. The young man looked up coldly. The fiery clouds in the sky dyed his face golden red. He held the booted demon's sword behind his back with one hand and pointed it to the sky. His aura was monstrous, like the return of a fiend god. Shura sect, illusory rain sect, otherworldly spirit sect. It's time for my heavenly sword pavilion to collect their debts. The cold voice was like a clap of thunder that shook everyone's eardrums. When I, the sword demon, return, I will dye the blue sky with your blood. Eastern Victory State. 2 gigantic demonic beasts moved through the clouds, and they steadily flew past the endless beautiful mountains and rivers below. We should be able to return to Mount Kunliu before noon tomorrow. Su Lang said with certainty as he looked at the terrain below. I'm going to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights after I go back. Whoever dares to wake me up, I'll set fire to his house. Hua Shue clenched her fists with an expectant expression. Everyone could not help but laugh, laughing at the other party's lack of ambition. I think it's better if you help us refine a few high-grade pills. They will definitely be useful in the ancient, desolate heaven domain, Jishu said with a smile. Sure, you can provide the ingredients. And according to the rules of alchemists, you need 3 portions. Hua Shue waved her little hand and made a 3 gesture. That's fine, you can ask Chu Hen for it. That guy has plenty of money, now anyway, Hausi said with a smile. All right, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Hua Shue slapped her head and seemed to have thought of something. She then mumbled. That guy said he would give me those medicinal ingredients, but he still hasn't given them to me. Previously, after Hua Shue woke up Yi Yao, Chu Hen had promised to give all the medicinal ingredients he snatched from Lu Chuanfeng to her. She had been so busy that she had forgotten about it. Now that she remembered it, she immediately felt a little displeased. However, at that moment, Chu Hen was already immersed in meditation and cultivation. He did not participate in the idle chatter of the crowd. Strands of yin and yang qi lingered around Chu Hen's body. The black and white cyclones were like 2 swimming fishes chasing each other outside his body. With him as the center, the surrounding tens of meters around him formed a strange aura. He followed Yi Yao's instructions. Every day, when the sun and the moon alternated, it was the time when the yin and yang qi were the most balanced. During this time, it would be half the effort to comprehend and control the yin and yang qi. Especially with the help of the Great Path Godstone's fragment, it would be much easier for Chu Hen to cultivate. Slowly, the sky turned completely dark. At night, the yin qi was dominant, and the yang qi fell to the lowest point. However, Chu Hen still showed no signs of waking up. However, the yin and yang qi outside his body was replaced by the star force. The black and white light patterns also turned into the gentle light of the star force. In the 9 heavens, stars decorated the vast and endless night sky. 4 silver light beams fell from the sky one after another and fell on Chu Hen's body. It was as if he was bathed in the holy light. Only Chu Hen could sense this light beam that originated from the 7 star force. Others could not see it with their naked eyes. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Chu Hen seemed to have entered a normal meditation state. Not long after, a strand of strange power was transmitted from Chu Hen's body again. The 5th silver light beam fell from the sky and went into Chu Hen's body, the Fecta chapter, the 5th chapter of the Big Dipper Heavenly Star Incantation. Unknowingly, Chu Hen had cultivated from the 1st level to the 5th level. With the 6th and the 7th level of the Merak chapter, he would be able to reach the great completion. The next day, in the morning, the people on the red-winged black eagle and the Shi Yen evil dragon all woke up from their rest. Chu Hen also slowly opened his eyes, which shone with a dazzling light. In front of them, the mountain gate of Mount Kunliu was majestic. Among the peaks, the palaces and towers were extraordinary. The Dao platform square was spacious and orderly before they reached the mountain gate. The inside of Mount Kunliu was already noisy and loud. Its senior brother Shanzhen and the others. They're back. Hurry up and report to the master of the Flying Immortal Temple. The Flying Immortal Temple was noisy and noisy. After the 2 giant beasts stopped at the Flying Immortal Square, the disciples of Mount Kunliu gathered around and waited. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Chu Hen, Shanzhen, Hausi, and the others jumped down to the ground. This scene was similar to the first day Chu Hen came to Mount Kunliu. Senior brother Shanzhen, senior sister Hua Shue, you're back. A delicate-looking young man separated the crowd and hurriedly ran over. This person was none other than Xiao Muyu, nicknamed Little Wooden Fish. How was it? Little wooden fish, did you miss me these days? Hua Shui patted his head as soon as she arrived, pretending to be the boss. Xiao Miu put on a fake smile and immediately looked back at Chu Hen, Shan Zhen, and the others. Senior brother Shan Zhen, did you guys complete the mission? This was the question that everyone in the Flying Immortal Temple wanted to know. Shan Zhen did not answer. He first looked at Chu Hen and then said, Where's Nangong Hao and Lung Lingyan? Are they still outside? No. Senior sister Lung came back yesterday evening, and senior brother Nangong came back this morning. They arrived 2 hours earlier than you guys. Oh! Everyone was slightly surprised when they heard this. It was really a coincidence that they came back almost at the same time. How many heaven and earth black yellow tokens did the two of them get? Fu Qin asked. It hasn't been announced yet. Xiao Muyu answered truthfully. The higher-ups want to announce the results together when you guys return. Announce together? Dan Zhen, Fu Qin, Su Lang, and the others could not help but look at each other. Chapter 7:27 Flying Immortal Peak. Principal Hall. Accompanied by the sound of a long bell, the upper echelons of Mount Kunliu began to make their way to the principal hall one after another. At this moment, even the entrance of the hall was surrounded by a crowd of Mount Kunliu's disciples. To Mount Kunliu, the mission of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Order this time was not only related to whether they had the right to enter the ancient, desolate Heaven domain, but also the selection of the next sect leader. In the spacious hall, Chu Hen, Dan Zhen, Fu Qin, and the rest stood in the middle. Chu Hen's expression was very calm, and there was not much emotion in his eyes. No matter what the result was, he was actually not particularly worried. He had left Mount Kunliu back then, and now that he had returned as promised, it could be considered as giving Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua an explanation. Even if Chu Hen turned around and left now, the upper echelons of Mount Kunliu could not possibly blame the four of them. Senior sister Lung is here. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the door. The crowd around the entrance made way for a wide path, and the group from the Void Temple walked into the hall. The person walking in front was a beautiful and refined woman who exuded a bit of fairy-like aura. Her soft, long hair draped over her shoulders, and her tall figure attracted everyone's attention. Void Temple Lung Lingyan. The moment she appeared, it was like a beautiful scenery, and everyone's eyes lit up. The strangest thing was that there was not a trace of true yuan fluctuation on her body, and she looked like an ordinary person. The group of young men and women behind her also concealed their auras, making it difficult to determine their true cultivation. However, compared to Lung Lingyan's aura, which did not have any true yuan aura, the rest of them were obviously lacking. This was the specialty of the Void Temple. They could conceal their aura under any circumstances, so that it would be difficult for others to determine their true cultivation. This would allow them to achieve unexpected results in battle. Moreover, Lung Lingyan cultivated the strongest cultivation technique of the Void Temple, the Heavenly Void Seal technique. After mastering it, even if the opponent was standing behind them, they would not be able to detect it. Chu Hen subconsciously turned to look at the people from the Void Temple. Coincidentally, Lung Lingyan also looked at them. When their gazes met, Lung Lingyan's eyebrows instantly knitted together. Without saying anything further, she raised her palm and struck towards Chu Hen. So it's you, the guy who stole my stuff. Watch my palm, what was going on? Everyone in and out of the hall was startled by this sudden scene. Chu Hen also cursed inwardly. It really was her, senior sister Lung Wait. Dan Zhen immediately stood between the two, facing Lung Lingyan's palm that didn't have the slightest fluctuation of strength. Dan Zhen didn't dare to be careless. The true essence within her body surged and quickly gathered in her palm, forming a thick and boiling tide of light. Bang! As the two palms collided, a violent shockwave spread out in the hall. The ground under everyone's feet also shook, and the scattered and vigorous waves of air shook the surrounding people, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Lang Lingyan's seemingly powerless palm energy erupted with a force comparable to a landslide. Danjun, who was at the third level of the Earth Profound Realm, was actually shaken and forced to retreat more than 10 steps. "Humph, Danjun, you dare to fight me now?" Lang Lingyan's expression was somewhat frosty. Hua Xue, Fu Qin, Su Lang, and the others hurriedly gathered around and asked about Danjun's situation. The latter shook her head, indicating that she was fine. "Senior Sister Lung, may I ask why you are doing this?" "Ask him what he did." Lang Lingyan pointed at Chu Hen and shouted. Everyone's gaze swept over one after another. Chu Hen secretly felt helpless. There really was no way to escape now, but the matter was not so far away that it couldn't be mediated. Chu Hen stepped forward, cupped his fists and bowed, and said, "I am Chu Hen, greet Senior Sister Lung. Now you know to lower your head? Weren't you quite proud of yourself before? You even dared to take something that belongs to me. Lang Lingyan, what do you think you should do today?" Although Lang Lingyan had the face of a lady, her personality was very strong, and she never liked to be bullied by others. Everyone was even more surprised. Chu Hen took something that belonged to Lang Lingyan? What thing? When did this happen? Hua Xue suddenly recalled that before they set off, Chu Hen seemed to have asked her if anyone could completely conceal their presence in battle. Even if the other party stood behind them, they wouldn't be able to detect the target. At that time, Hua Xue suspected that Chu Hen might have offended someone from the Void Palace, but Chu Hen refused to admit it no matter what. Looking at the situation in front of her now, Hua Xue suddenly felt a headache. "Chu Hen, what did you take from Senior Sister Lung? Return it to her." Fu Qin stepped forward and said she knew that because of the competition for the position of Sect Master, any matter would have a very great impact on Chu Hen. Therefore, if there was any misunderstanding, she had to clarify it now. Chu Hen spread out his hands and shrugged. He said without panic, "Senior Sister Lung, it seems like you didn't give me a chance to explain before. You kept chasing and hitting me, so I could only run." Lang Lingyan smiled coldly. "Let me ask you, if I didn't attack a thief, would I be intimate with you?" "Forget about being intimate. I prefer people who are gentler. Are you saying that I'm barbaric and unreasonable?" Hearing this, not only Hua Xue, but everyone else also had a headache. What was Chu Hen saying? This guy deserved to be beaten to death by Lang Lingyan. Chu Hen did not take it seriously and replied, "Senior Sister Lung, that day was indeed a misunderstanding. I previously thought that the Water Soul Essence was without an owner. After you came, I wanted to exchange it with you, but you didn't give me this chance." Subsequently, Chu Hen flipped his palm and took out a crimson ball of light. A scorching wave of air spread out. There was a fiery red spiritual liquid flowing inside the ball of light, and an extremely obscure energy wave was transmitted from it. "I hope this fire crystal can compensate for your loss, Senior Sister Lung." The fire crystal was one of the many treasures that Lu Chuanfeng had collected. Its value was not inferior to the water soul essence that Lang Lingyan had stored in the lake. Moreover, Chu Hen had only taken half of the water soul essence, but now he was using a whole fire crystal as compensation. It could be seen that his attitude was very sincere. Seeing that the other party had put it this way, the coldness on Lang Lingyan's face eased up a lot. She was not an unreasonable person. It was just that she was a little angry that Chu Hen had slipped away from under her eyes that day. "Humph, who cares about your compensation? I'll remember this first, and I'll make you pay for it sooner or later." Lang Lingyan snorted softly, then turned around and ignored him. Dan Zhen, Fu Qin, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, they were afraid that the two of them would fight because of this. Regardless of whether Chu Hen was in the right or not, the higher-ups of Mount Kunliu would definitely stand on Lang Lingyan's side. At that time, it would cause more trouble. "You're all quite early." In the next instant, a thunderous roar reverberated in the hall. Everyone's expression changed. they saw a tall and handsome young man walk into the hall. Compared to Lung Lingyan's lithe and quiet state, this person's state was completely different. His powerful aura directly suppressed everyone in the hall. Nangong Ku! He cultivated the strongest battle technique of the Demon Slayer Hall, the Great Demon Slayer Technique. Seeing the group of people from the Demon Slayer Hall walk over, Chu Hen could clearly feel a powerful aura that was like a mountain pouncing towards him. Under the powerful aura, Nangong Ku's body emitted a murderous aura. This was Chu Hen's first time seeing the two top geniuses of Mount Kunliu today. He had to admit that the two of them had their own characteristics, and they were both very powerful. In comparison, as an outsider, Chu Hen's aura was obviously lacking. Lung Lingyan glanced at Nangong Ku indifferently and had no intention of paying him any attention. Nangong Ku's eyes turned cold, and he looked straight at Chu Hen. "You're the one who comprehended the single sword flying immortal technique." His words carried a hint of provocation. Chu Hen raised his brows slightly, and he replied politely, "I'm Chu Hen. Greet senior brother Nangong." Chapter 728. You're not a member of Mount Kunliu, so how can you call me senior brother? I'll say this first. If you don't collect enough heaven and earth black yellow tokens today, you'll have to scram. Moreover, you'll have to leave the blue ran sword behind. Nangong Bai's cold tone was filled with disdain and provocation. Everyone's eyes slightly narrowed as they looked at Chu Hen. Their gazes carried a bit of light and provocative intent. According to the decision made by the higher-ups of Mount Kunliu, if the number of heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens Chu Hen collected was less than that of Nangong Hao and Lung Lingyan, there was no doubt that the position of Mount Kunliu's sect master would not fall to him. The most important thing was that the blue ran sword must remain. Moreover, there was a contract between Chu Hen and the blue ran sword. If the contract was forcefully broken, it would hurt Chu Hen. So, it seemed like Chu Hen could only win and not lose. Chu Hen smiled and met Nangong Bai's burning gaze. "I'm aware of this, so I won't trouble you." "Oh, from your tone, it seems like you're very confident," Nangong Bai mocked. "Won't you know when the time comes?" Chu Hen retorted. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with the faint smell of gunpowder. The disciples of the three halls outside the audience hall also found each other to be an eyesore. They discussed in low voices and accused each other of wrongdoing. "Looks like our flying celestial palace has some hope." "Forget it. It's just a bluff. Even with Dan Jun's help, he's definitely no match for senior brother Nangong and senior sister Lung. Don't be too sure about everything. Chu Hen is the first person to comprehend the single sword flying celestial art apart from sect leader Gongyang. He's just lucky. TSK, you're lucky. Try comprehending it if you're capable. I'm afraid you're not even qualified to enter the mysterious flying celestial realm." Silence! Suddenly, a heavy voice resounded through the hall. The speaker was a white-haired elder. "Hall of Masters, don't make a racket." Only then did everyone obediently shut their mouths and began to glare at each other. "The three palace masters have arrived." Along with a loud and clear voice, three figures with extraordinary auras walked out from the inner gate behind the main hall. The three of them were one woman and two men. They were the three hall masters of Mount Kunliu. "We greet the flying immortal hall master, Devil Slayer hall master, Void hall master." In an instant, everyone inside and outside the main hall bowed in greeting. Their faces were filled with deep reverence. In the past 20 years, when sect Master Gongyang wasn't around, these three palace masters were definitely the pillars of Mount Kunlu. Everyone had to be respectful to them. The three hall masters walked up to the throne room one after another and looked down at the crowd in front of them. "Get up." Chi Hanyu, the palace master of the flying immortal palace, who was standing in the middle, said indifferently, "Thank you, hall master." The crowd replied in unison. Chu Hen raised his head and looked at the three people in front of him. Previously, He had only seen the flying immortal hall master. It was his first time seeing the other two hall masters. The Devil Slayer hall master, Wen Liang, had an imposing appearance. His eyes were like lightning, and he emitted a domineering aura. The Void hall master, Xia Wuha, was the same as Lung Lingyan. No true origin could be sensed from his body. Even so, when the crowd stood in front of him, they still felt like he was an insurmountable mountain. "You're all back." The Void Temple Master's gaze swept across the three teams below, a profound look in his eyes. "Cut the crap," the Devil Slayer Hall Master said in a deep voice as he glared at them coldly. "Just report the results." This was what the crowd was thinking as well. Everyone's gazes swept back and forth between Nangong Bai, Lung Lingyan, and Chu Hen. After such a long time, it was about time for a victor to be decided. Nangong Hao smiled faintly and took the lead to walk forward. Reporting to the three hall masters, I, Nangong Hao, have collected a complete set of 4 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. As expected of senior brother Nangong, "He's really amazing. It's a complete set of 4 tokens. How amazing!" While the crowd was praising him, Nangong Hao flipped his palm and 4 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens appeared in his hand. The 4 fan-shaped tokens were arranged together, impressively forming a complete token the size of a disc. The words heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow could be clearly seen on it. Good. The Devil Slayer Hall Master nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Chi Hanyu and Xia Wuha from the corner of his eyes. Xia Wuha nodded slightly and said in a low voice. Lung Lingyan raised her head and took a few steps forward. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, reporting to the 3 hall masters, Lingyan's luck is not bad. She also obtained 4 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens. Praises sounded again. The eyes of the people from the Void Hall lit up. Lung Lingyan flipped her wrist and raised her hand. For complete sets of heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens appeared in her hand. Senior Sister Lung is amazing. I knew you could do it. We support you as the sect master. Looking at the 4 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens in Lung Lingyan's hand, the Void Hall Master Xia Wuha revealed a satisfied expression. Nangong Hao raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lung Lingyan frivolously. The latter retaliated with an unyielding gaze. The Devil Slayer Hall and the Void Hall are tied for now. Only the Flying Immortal Hall is left, the Devil Slayer Hall Master Wen Liang said in a low voice. Everyone's gaze fell on Chu Hen on the other side. At this moment, Fu Qin, Hua Shui, Su Lang, and the others could not help but mutter in their hearts. It had to be said that Nangong Hao and Lung Lingyan lived up to their reputations. Both of them were extremely powerful. To be able to obtain 4 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens in the chaotic Eastern victory state. Previously, Chu Hen did not reveal to the crowd how many heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens he had obtained. This inevitably caused them to be worried. Everyone looked at Chu Hen with deep meaning in their gazes. However, even more of their gazes were filled with doubt. Stop talking. I guess he must not have collected all the heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens. I guess he has at most 2 or 3 tokens. Looks like things are not looking good. Under the questioning gazes of the surrounding people, Chu Hen was neither servile nor overbearing. He calmly walked forward and stood side by side with Nangong Bai and Lung Lingyan. Reporting to the 3 hall masters, I have also obtained 4 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens. A calm voice came out from Chu Hen's mouth. What? Swoosh! In the next instant, the entire place was in an uproar. The Flying Immortal Hall Master Chi Hanyu's slightly knitted brows relaxed, and her gentle and beautiful eyes glowed with a faint light. Fu Qin, Hua Shui, Su Lang, and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. At least they did not fall behind. Under a bright flash of white light, 4 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens appeared in Chu Hen's hand. Everyone's eyes were focused on the words on the 4 tokens. They were indeed 4 different words. Haha, our flying immortal hall is not weak either. After all, he is someone that sect Master Gongyang has chosen. Chu Hen, we support you to be our sect master. I have faith in you. The flying immortal hall's morale also rose. Although most people were not willing to let an outsider like Chu Hen take charge of Mount Kunliu, the flying immortal hall was naturally unwilling to fall behind in front of the other 2 halls. Now that Chu Hen represented the flying immortal hall, there were naturally people who were willing to team up with him. Chi Hanyu was satisfied, but the other 2 hall masters could not help but frown. No one expected the 3 of them to be tied. Then who would take over the position of sect master? The higher-ups of Mount Kunliu could not help but look at each other and communicate with their eyes. 3 hall masters. At this moment, Chu Hen suddenly spoke. He said in a clear voice regarding the election of the new sect master, "Let's talk about it later. I think we are not in a hurry." Chu Hen expressed his attitude. Just like what he said, Chu Hen currently did not have any intention of fighting for the position of Mount Kunliu's sect master, but he also did not want to have a conflict with Mount Kunliu because of the blue ransword. But just as he finished speaking, Nangongju said with a teasing smile, "My apologies, everyone. I forgot just now. I actually did not obtain 4 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens, but 5. A faint wave of air rippled in the air, and a fan-shaped token immediately appeared in Nangong Bai's other hand. It was decorated with exquisite patterns, and there was a majestic word engraved in the middle of the token, Xian Boom. After a moment of astonishment, what greeted them was the loud cheers of the Demon Slayer Hall. The expressions of the flying immortal halls people changed, especially Fu Qin, Hua Shui, and Su Lang. All of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The light that they had seen just now was instantly extinguished. You actually dare to play tricks." Lung Lingyan scolded in dissatisfaction. Nangongju did not think much of it. Holding the 5 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens, his eyes were filled with arrogance. He looked at Chu Hen in disdain and said, "I'm really sorry. I'm afraid that our Mount Kunliu cannot accept a Buddha like you. Leave the blue ransword, you can leave." Loud noises rose one after another. "Sect master, sect master. Congratulations, senior brother Nangong, for becoming the new sect master." The Demon Slayer Hall's people were extremely excited, and Hall Master Wenliang even laughed loudly. Void Hall Master Xia Wuha secretly shook his head and sighed. Only flying Immortal Hall Master Chi Hanyu stared at Chu Hen's calm face. Her intuition told her that this matter was not over yet. Facing Nangongju's complacent smile, Chu Hen also smiled. His smile was somewhat helpless, but it was mostly filled with disdain. "Thanks to senior brother Nangong's reminder, I almost forgot. Actually, I did not only obtain 4 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens, but immediately after, Chu Hen flipped his left hand, and with a flash of white light, another 3 heaven and earth mystic yellow tokens appeared in his palm. 7. 7, his voice was not loud, but when it reached everyone's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue, shaking everyone's eardrums. Chapter 729. 7. Chu Hen's voice wasn't loud, but when it was transmitted to everyone's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue that caused an abnormal sensation. Looking at the other party taking out another 3 heaven and earth black yellow tokens, the entire hall boiled as well. Everyone couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. Everyone's eyes were wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. Demon-slaying Palace Master Wenliang's laughter immediately froze on his face. Void Palace Master and Flying Immortal Palace Master were also dumbstruck. 7 heaven and earth black yellow tokens. Just how did this guy get them? At this moment, even Dan Zhen, Fu Qin, Hua Shui, Su Lang and the others who were in the same group as Chu Hen were completely stunned. From seeing the light of dawn falling into an ice cave, and then rising from the ice cave to the peak of the mountain, everyone could not help but feel that if they continued to stay with Chu Hen, their hearts would not be able to take it sooner or later. It was 2F** King Scary. 7 heaven and earth black yellow tokens. 1 was obtained from the ancient pagoda of the soaring wind origin. 1 was obtained from killing the Fong clan expert. 3 were given to him by Yi Yao. 1 was obtained from destroying the 7 Soul Palace in Kongyu City. And finally, 1 was obtained from killing the blood refinement sects Liao Rui. Everyone present was filled with shock and doubt, questioning whether Chu Hen was forging the heaven and earth black yellow token. But very quickly, everyone dispelled this thought. In front of the 3 palace masters, forging the heaven and earth black yellow token was meaningless. Lung Lingyan frowned slightly, looking at the other party in astonishment. Nangong Fu's entire face was ashen. His actions just now fully illustrated what it meant to overreach oneself, lifting a rock to smash one's own foot. In reality, Chu Hen indeed did not plan to take out the remaining 3 heaven and earth black yellow tokens. A draw was enough, but the other party's aggressiveness finally caused Chu Hen to counterattack. 7 heaven and earth black yellow tokens suppressed the entire place, and the demon-slaying palace and void palace's side were already silent. Great! Chu Hen is the leader. Hua Shui clapped her hands and cheered. However, at this moment, Chu Hen spoke to the 3 hall masters in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. In terms of experience and ability, this junior is ashamed to be inferior to senior brother Nangong and senior sister Lung. It is difficult for me to take on the great responsibility of Mount Kun Lu. Therefore, I hope that the hall masters can retract their previous orders. What? Chu Hen actually refused to be the sect master of Mount Kunliu? What was going on? The flying immortal hall master, Chi Hanyu, looked up coldly and said indifferently, "How can the Mount Kunliu's higher-ups treat the order as a joke? However, it's true that you don't have enough experience. In this palace master's opinion, why don't the 3 of you become the candidates for the new sect leader? As for who will be the sect leader, we'll discuss it after we return from the ancient, desolate heaven domain." Hua! The hall once again burst into an uproar of discussion. Some felt that it was reasonable, while some felt that Chu Hen was at a disadvantage. But then again, although Chu Hen had brought back 7 heaven and earth yellow tokens, from a certain perspective, it had the same effect as Lung Lingyan's 4 tokens and Nangong House 5 tokens. Everyone in Mount Kun Lu had the qualifications to enter the ancient, desolate heaven domain. What was undeniable was that Nangong Hao and Lung Lingyan's strength was right there. I wonder if the Devil Slayer Hall Master and Void Hall Master think that my suggestion is feasible. Chi Hanyu turned to look at Wen Liang and Xie Wuhe beside her. The 2 of them looked at each other before Wen Liang replied, coldly with lingering anger, "Humph! Whatever you say, flying immortal hall master." Wen Liang immediately flicked his sleeve and swaggered off. The eyes of the Void Temple, Lord Xie Wuhe, turned slightly cold. He gave Chu Hen a profound look, then turned around and left. Since the 2 hall masters had left, there was no need for the others to stay any longer. Amidst the noisy discussion, they left the main hall one after another. "Humph! Don't think that you don't have to return the water soul essence you owe me just because you said that," Lung Lingyan said coldly as she turned around and rolled her eyes at Chu Hen. Nangong Hao snorted coldly, then left with his team. In the blink of an eye, the spacious hall became empty. Only the flying immortal hall master, Chi Hanyu and Chu Hen, Shan Zhen, Fu Qin, and a few others were left. "Are you stupid? Why don't you become the sect master after spending so much effort?" Hua Shui tugged on Chu Hen's sleeve lightly and scolded softly. However, Chi Hanyu said in a deep voice, "You're very smart." The people behind Chu Hen were slightly startled. Chu Hen faintly smiled, shook his head and said, "I won't hide it from Hallmaster. Actually, I quite want to be the headmaster in my heart. After all, being a headmaster is much more impressive than being an ordinary disciple. I will also have face when I walk out, but you didn't do that." Shi Hanyu was a little surprised by his answer. The situation forced me to do so. No matter what it is, the most important thing is to stay alive. Looks like I shouldn't have doubted Gong Yangyu's foresight. Shi Hanyu's words were undoubtedly the greatest affirmation towards Chu Hen. Furthermore, from the simple conversation between the two of them, the others were able to read another layer of meaning contained within. The reason why Chu Hen didn't fight for the sect master's position, or rather, he temporarily didn't fight for the sect master's position, was a very correct choice. Because the biggest obstacles in front of him were the Demon Slayer Hall Master and the Void Hall Master. With their characters, even if Chu Hen brought back 17 Heaven and Earth Mystic yellow tokens, he wouldn't be able to convince them, let alone the fact that he brought back 7 Heaven and Earth Mystic yellow tokens. It wasn't easy to change their minds. The reason why when Liang and Xiao Wuha agreed to let Chu Hen compete with Nangong, Hao, and Lung Lingyan for the Heaven and Earth Mystic yellow tokens was mainly because they felt that it was impossible for Chu Hen to win, for both official and personal reasons. The two Hall Masters would stop this from happening. Once Chu Hen made it clear that he had to be the sect master, he would be pushing himself into the limelight. At that time, Mount Kunliu would really be in chaos. It was because Chu Hen had already seen through the whole situation that he retreated in order to advance. He didn't care about anything else. He needed to stabilize the two Hall Masters and protect the Bairan sword, which was linked to his safety. When he went to the ancient desolate Heaven Realm, he would think of a way to gradually replace Nangong, Hao, and Lung Lingyan's position in the hearts of the people of Mount Kunliu. Therefore, in Shi Hanyu's opinion, Chu Hen was indeed very smart. She no longer doubted Gong Yangyu's foresight and did not hold back on her praise for Chu Hen. "You have all done well. I am very satisfied." Shi Hanyu's gaze swept across the crowd below. She was a little relieved. "Later, I will send someone to deliver your rewards." Rewards? Everyone's eyes lit up and they were filled with a faint sense of anticipation. "Thank you, Hall Master." Chu Hen and the others replied. "All right, you must be tired from the journey. Go and rest. The ancient desolate Heaven Realm is about to open. In the next few months, make some preparations. If you need any cultivation resources, you can directly go to the 100 Treasure Tower to get them." Chapter 730. Haha, it's so satisfying. You guys didn't see it. When Chu Hen took out the 7 Heaven and Earth yellow tokens, Nangong Bai's face turned green. And the Demon Slaying Hall leader too. I've been in Mount Kunliu for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen him so sullen. He wanted to explode, but couldn't. That's right. Haha, Chu Hen. From today onwards, many people will definitely acknowledge you. After leaving the main hall, Chu Hen, Dan Zhen, and the rest chatted as they walked. Soon after, they arrived at the west side of the guest house. Just as they stepped into the guest house, Hausi walked out from the hall. "I heard your laughter from inside. Looks like there's good news." Hausi smiled. Because Hausi's situation was special, he joined the group halfway and was considered a guest of Mount Kunliu. Therefore, he did not follow the group to the conference hall, but waited here to rest. Let me speak! Let me speak!" Before anyone could speak, Hua Shui spoke first. "What about us? We've already gotten rid of the Demon Slaying Hall and Void Hall's group, but Chu Hen has yet to become the sect leader." Soon after, Hua Shui began to narrate everything that had happened in the Hall of Principle in full detail. After listening, Hausi agreed with Chu Hen's actions. That's how it should be. The ancient desolate heaven domain is about to open. The first thing we should do is focus on this. Even if you become the sect leader of Mount Kunliu, you won't be able to obtain too much power. This way, There won't be too many restrictions. Chu Hen nodded. I think so too. Without a doubt, Haozi understood Chu Hen better. Currently, Chu Hen was probably only thinking about the ancient, desolate Heaven Domain and Yao. However, once he became the new sect leader of Mount Kunlu, he would definitely have to deal with all sorts of big and small matters in the next few months. In comparison, his freedom would also be greatly restricted, not to mention the unforeseeable consequences of the pressure from the other two hall leaders. Let's go in and chat. Dan Zhen raised her hand and followed the others into the hall. After running around outside for more than 8 months, everyone felt a sense of carefree and relaxed. I have something to ask you, Chu Hen suddenly said. Speak, Shan Zhen replied. Where in the victorious East State is there a large-scale teleportation formation leading to the 100-nation state? You're going back. Everyone was startled and looked at each other with slight surprise. Chu Hen nodded. Yes, I want to go back and see how the General League is doing. In the blink of an eye, it had already been more than a year since he left the 100 Kingdoms province. How could he not know the current situation of the General Union? For months wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. If there was a large-scale teleportation array, he could consider going back. Yes. Dan Zhen nodded affirmatively. Our Mount Kunliu has set up a teleportation receiving point in Ink City of the 100-nation state. You can go there directly from our sect's teleportation platform. Oh? Chu Hen's eyes lit up. Mount Kunliu is connected to the 100 Kingdoms province's teleportation array. Yes, not only in the 100 Kingdoms province, but also in the surrounding provinces. There are also teleportation receiving points. Firstly, it's convenient for missions. Secondly, it's a backup plan. After all, no one can guarantee that the sect won't encounter any unexpected situations in the future. I see. I haven't returned to the Sacred Star Dynasty for a long time. I really miss it. Haozi murmured. Chu Hen smiled. He was afraid that once Haozi returned, those instructors and acquaintances who had seen him before would be so scared that they wouldn't dare to recognize him. Who would have thought that the Haozi from before would transform into a heavenly mouse? While they were chatting, the sound of light footsteps came from outside the door. He saw a white-haired old man leading a few young disciples over. Eighth Elder, why are you here? Dan Zhen hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Chu Hen, Fu Qin, Su Lang, and the others also stood up one after another. This eighth elder was definitely one of the higher-ups of Mount Kunliu. He had a lot of power and was also the manager of the sect's elixirs, herbs, and treasures. I'm naturally here on the orders of the Flying Immortal Temple Master to give you little brats some rewards, the eighth elder said with a bright smile. His smiling eyes gave off a kind and generous feeling. Rewards? Everyone looked over and saw a few young disciples holding trays in their hands. There were a few wooden boxes on the trays. Through the boxes, they could vaguely feel the restless energy waves coming from them. Eighth Elder personally gave it to us. We can't afford it. Dan Zhen said with a smile. What do you mean we can't afford it? I'm here today to see what kind of young talent sect leader Gongyang has chosen as his successor. Junior Chu Hen, I've embarrassed myself in front of Eighth Elder, Chu Hen said as he cupped his fists. Not bad, not bad. You indeed have the demeanor of sect leader Gongyang back then. But if you become our sect leader, don't learn from him. Chu Hen smiled embarrassedly and shook his head. It could be seen that this eighth elder's seniority was not low. There were not many people in Mount Kunliu who dared to criticize Gongyang Yu so bluntly. Eighth elder, what reward did you bring for us? Don't tell me you're going to steal the sky and replace the sun. Su Lang teased. Go, little Su Lang. You're probably asking for a beating. Eighth elder waved his hand and said to a young disciple behind him, Open the box. Yes. The young disciple's eyes were filled with envy as he opened one of the boxes. Buzz. Immediately after, a bright golden light shot out. Everyone's eyelids twitched and saw a pill the size of a longan lying quietly in the box. The pill was copper in color and looked like a golden pearl. There was an extremely strong energy wave inside it. Wow! The pill of Broken Cauldron. Hua Shui could not help but exclaim in surprise. Her eyes were shining. Haha, little Hua Shui, you know what's good. No wonder every medical elder in our sect praised you so much. When the others heard the words pill of Broken Cauldron, they were pleasantly surprised. Eighth Elder, are you sure these are for us? Danjin seemed to be in slight disbelief. Humph, don't tell me I'm here to play with you. This old man doesn't have that much free time. Eighth Elder replied. However, when he saw that Chu Hen's face seemed to be a little confused, Eighth Elder explained, the price to refine this pill of Broken Cauldron is extremely high. There are only 100 of them in our sect. There's no doubt that you'll have a breakthrough in your cultivation after consuming this pill of Broken Cauldron. However, in a short period of time after consuming it, the power that you'll erupt with will instantly increase by 10 times. Furthermore, there won't be any side effects afterwards. What? Instantly increase by 10 times? Chapter 731. The Broken Cauldron Rebirth pill was extremely expensive. Once consumed, not only would it increase one's cultivation, but the power released would also increase tenfold within a short period of time. After listening to Eighth Elder's description, Chu Hen was amazed. Wouldn't he be able to easily kill an opponent with a higher cultivation if he exploded with 10 times his own power? This was equivalent to having an extra, life-saving item. Little Chu Hen, I wonder if you are satisfied with this reward. Eighth Elder squinted his eyes. Looking at the surprised expressions of these juniors, he was secretly pleased. Chu Hen laughed involuntarily. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Eighth Elder, for your reward. I am very grateful. It's nothing. This is what you deserve. Eighth Elder raised his hand and gestured to the crowd. Take it all. Hee, we won't stand on ceremony. Dan Zhen, who had always been serious, also revealed a proud smile. Hua Shui could not wait any longer. She stepped forward and snatched the Broken Cauldron Rebirth pill that belonged to her. Let me study how to refine it. When the time comes, I will refine it myself and sell it. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched. This girl was indeed naive. If the Broken Cauldron Rebirth pill was so easy to refine, there would be more than 100 of them in the huge Mount Kunliu. The materials needed to refine this pill were probably extremely expensive. Soon, everyone got their hands on an elixir. What was surprising was that there was still a box behind Eighth Elder. There was one more. Just as everyone was confused, Eighth Elder looked at Hausi behind them and said, Come, young man. You have a share too. I have one too. Hausi was stunned. Even Chu Hen and the rest were pleasantly surprised. Of course, the Flying Immortal Temple Master specially told me, our Mount Kunliu has never treated meritorious people unfairly. Just accept it. Eighth Elder personally picked up the small box behind him and handed it to Hausi. Hausi was moved as he accepted it and said with a grateful smile, Many thanks. Seeing this, Chu Hen's overall impression of Chi Hanyu, the master of the Flying Fairy Temple, rose rapidly. But then again, everyone had seen Hausi's efforts along the way, especially in the battle with Liao Rue of the Blood Refining Hall. If Hausi hadn't tried his best to delay Chu Hen's arrival, the whole team would have been destroyed. If Kun Lushan were to turn a blind eye to this, it would truly be disappointing. The rewards have already been delivered. The master of the Flying Celestial Palace has also told me that if you need any cultivation resources, you can go to the Medicinal Pill Warehouse at the 100 Treasure Pavilion to find me. Of course, if the things you want are more expensive, I will charge a certain amount of money. Tisk! As soon as Patriarch 8 finished his words, he was immediately shushed by Hua Shui with disdain. You still need money? Eighth Elder, don't be so greedy. As the saying goes, money is just a worldly possession. You can't bring it with you when you're born, and you can't bring it with you when you're dead. Eighth elder, don't value money too much. Hearing this, Patriarch 8 immediately blew his beard and glared at her. You're a smart one. You actually dare to lecture me. You're also an alchemist. Don't you know how big the cost is? You know how much money refining medicinal pills costs. Hua Shui hurriedly hid behind Chu Hen. She was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. However, she was still muttering in her heart, You also know that I'm an alchemist. Instead of looking for you to buy it, I might as well refine it myself. Everyone burst into laughter. It was really interesting when the old and the young quarreled. Chu Hen also had a good impression of Patriarch 8. Even though he had a high position and power, he didn't put on any airs. It was easy for people to feel close to him. All right, that's all. I'll take my leave first. Farewell, Patriarch 8. After sending off Patriarch 8, everyone looked at each other. Their faces were brimming with joy. When do you plan to return to the 100 Kingdom state? Dan Zhen asked Chu Hen. In a few days. When I've decided, I'll go and find you. All right. If there's nothing else, let's call it a day. All right. After that, the crowd dispersed as well. After a while, Chu Hen returned to the room he stayed in previously. Looking at the broken cauldron rebirth pill in his hand, his eyes sparkled. This broken cauldron rebirth pill was the best to take when his cultivation level was higher than his. If he swallowed it now, its effects would be wasted. Immediately, Chu Hen put it into his pocket. Then he took out all the things he had obtained along the way. All kinds of martial arts techniques, treasures of heaven and earth, holy artifacts, spiritual weapons. They filled the entire table. These were all things he had obtained after killing his enemies. Among them, Lu Chuanfeng of the Northern Qian Chamber of Commerce, the experts of the Liao clan, and the third prince of the Seven Souls Palace, Yan Yunan, had collected the most things. Looking at the dazzling array of rare treasures in front of him, Chu Hen rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, If I sell all these things, I should be able to get 20 to 30 billion high-grade primordial crystals. Then Chu Hen shook his head. It doesn't seem worth it to exchange them for primordial crystals. I might as well bring them to the people of the General Alliance. After this trip to the victorious East State, Chu Hen's horizons had been continuously broadened. Even though the General Alliance was growing stronger day by day in the 100 Kingdom state, it was insignificant compared to the many forces in the victorious East State. Therefore, Chu Hen thought that after returning, he should do his best to increase the overall strength of the General Alliance. Even though he had obtained many treasures from Lu Chuanfeng and Yan Yunan, it was clearly not enough to satisfy the needs of the entire General Alliance. If he exchanged all of them for 20 to 30 billion high-grade primordial crystals, he could do a lot of things. But if that was the case, it would be rather monotonous. Chu Hen fell into deep thought. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something, and a faint light appeared in front of him. The next day, the sky had just brightened when Chu Hen found Dan Zhen. What? You want to auction the heaven and earth black yellow token? Dan Zhen was endlessly stunned by Chu Hen's purpose in coming. Yes. Chu Hen nodded to express his affirmation. He had collected a total of 7 heaven and earth black yellow tokens, and he had already given 4 complete sets to the soaring Immortal Palace Master. The remaining 3 were still in Chu Hen's hands, and the soaring Immortal Palace Master had already said that he had the right to use these 3 heaven and earth black yellow tokens. Dan Zhen already had a rough idea of Chu Hen's situation in the 100 Kingdom state. She could more or less guess that he was here for the Han Alliance. A complete set of 4 heaven and earth black yellow tokens was enough. As for the remaining ones, they were of little use and would be even more useless after he went to the ancient, desolate heaven domain. It was better to take advantage of the fact that everyone was treating it as a treasure to exchange for the resources he needed. This could be considered a reasonable use. After a brief moment of surprise, Dan Jun calmed down. I understand. Tell me what you want. I'll go alone. Chu Hen nodded and did not refuse the other party's good intentions. The high-grade primordial crystals obtained from the auction must all be ready-made. Try to exchange for some medicinal pills, offensive and defensive equipment, martial skills and secret techniques, and other cultivation resources, since he wanted to improve the General Alliance's overall strength. He had to improve their system from the root. Medicinal pills could strengthen one's physique and meridians, offensive and defensive equipment could increase one's combat strength, and all kinds of martial skills and secret techniques gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools. Broadening their horizons, this was what Chu Hen could think of at the moment. Don't worry, leave it to me. From Dan Zhen's point of view, this was not a problem at all. Even Su Lang and Ling Tao would be able to complete this task. However, in order to be sure, he still planned to personally make a trip for Chu Hen. I'll leave in a bit and will return in 10 days at most. All right, I'll be troubling you. There's no need to be polite. Wait for my news. Chapter 732. In the blink of an eye, Mount Kunliu was safe and sound. The ancient Desolation Heaven territory was about to open. All the disciples of the halls were in a state of intense training. After about 6 or 7 days, Dan Jun returned to Mount Kunliu and found Chu Hen, who was cultivating Reiki energy under the Millennium Heaven Talisman tree with Hua Shui and Jishu. You're back so soon? Chu Hen was slightly astonished, and a questioning look appeared in his eyes. Dan Jun raised her eyebrows slightly, and there was a faint excitement on her face. Come with me. The result this time will definitely surprise you. Oh? Chu Hen was instantly filled with anticipation. Then the few of them came to a quiet area on the Dao platform square. Senior brother Dan Zhen, did you pick up a treasure? Why are you so happy? Hua Shui blinked and asked. Dan Zhen shook his head with a smile and said excitedly, Guess how much the 3 heaven and earth yellow tokens were sold for? 30 billion upper-grade primordial crystal stones? Hua Shui said. Keep guessing. 350. No, 50 billion. Jishu uttered a number in disbelief. Haha, none of them. Dan Jin smiled mysteriously. Then, under the confused gazes of the 3 of them, he clearly said a number, not more, not less, a total of 80 billion upper-grade primordial crystal stones. What? 80 billion? Jishu and Hua Shui were dumbstruck from fright. Even Chu Hen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was full of disbelief. If they did not know that Dan Jun was not a liar, they would definitely not believe this was true. One had to know that an Earth token was sold for 8 billion upper-grade primordial crystal stones at the Northern Heaven Chamber of Commerce's Northern Sung Tower auction. This was already a sky-high price, and now 3 of them were sold for 80 billion. What kind of concept was this? In just a short span of 2 months, it had multiplied so many times? Shocked, right? Even I was shocked. Dan Zhen's emotions were also very high as she spoke. How could it be so ridiculous? Hua Shui asked. The people of the victorious Eastern State are going crazy because the opening of the ancient desolate heaven domain is getting closer and closer. Those powers that haven't collected the heaven and earth mystic yellow medallion are getting anxious. The competition is getting more and more intense, and the value of the heaven and earth mystic yellow medallion is also rising. You guys didn't see the bidding. They are all like madmen. Even the usually calm Dan Jin cursed, which was enough to show how chaotic the scene was at that time. Chu Hen couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the opening of the ancient desolate heaven domain was getting closer and closer. Everyone wanted to enter the land of gods that opened once every 1,000 years. Those who did not obtain the heaven and earth mystic yellow token were definitely extremely anxious. At this time, under the situation where the supply could not meet the demand, it was normal for its value to double. If it wasn't for the fact that you had to return to the 100-nation state as soon as possible and drag it out for another 10 days or half a month, it wouldn't be difficult to sell it for 10 million. Dan Zhen said. Chu Hen smiled. 80 billion is enough. Okay. Dan Zhen's palm moved, and he took out dozens of exquisite storage rings and handed them to Chu Hen. These are 40 storage rings, and each ring contains 2 billion high-grade primordial crystal stones. According to what you said, they were all exchanged for ready-made primordial crystal stones. Danjin paused, then continued. Actually, the total price was 81 billion. But because I asked the Qiyun Trade Union to auction it, they deducted 1 billion as commission after the transaction. The Qiyun Trade Union was a very famous financial group in the Eastern Victory State. Its strength was not inferior to the Northern Qian Trade Union. In the past, when Dan Zhan went out on missions, he would often interact with the people from the Qiyun Trade Union. This time, with him personally going out, the matter was especially smooth. With 80 billion in his hands, why would Chu Hen care about a mere 1 billion? However, he had previously asked Dan Zhen to help him buy a batch of cultivation resources after selling the 3 Heaven and Earth Mystic yellow tokens. Could it be that she had forgotten about this matter? As if seeing through Chu Hen's confusion, Dan Zhen smiled and said, I haven't forgotten about what you asked me to do. We have a better choice. A better choice. Chu Hen was slightly stunned. That's right. You need elixirs, offensive and defensive weapons, martial arts skills. You don't need to buy them from other trade unions. Our Mount Kunliu can provide you with the best. Hearing this, Chu Hen was even more surprised. Mount Kunliu also does these things? Of course. Hua Shui patted Chu Hen's arm and said with slight disdain, You've been in our Mount Kunliu for so long and you don't even know this. You didn't tell me either. Chu Hen was speechless. Ji Shu pursed her lips and smiled. Her red lips parted slightly as she explained softly, It's not just Mount Kunliu. Any sect or force needs a huge amount of resources and wealth to operate. Apart from the disciples going out on missions, the biggest source of resources is elixirs and refining weapons. Of course, the elixirs and weapons refined by our Mount Kunliu are not directly supplied to ordinary people. They are handed over to various trade unions for sale and auction. This means that if you buy those resources from outside, it's very likely that you'll be buying our own things. Ji Shu explained very clearly. Dan Zhen continued. The main point is that the random price increases by the trade unions in the middle will cause us to lose a lot. I see. Chu Hen was both surprised and curious. He now had a comprehensive understanding of Mount Kunliu. For a sect to be able to stand tall in Victory East State for 1,000 years, they naturally had their own unique way of operating. Most of the time, it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Hua Shui curled her lips and said, Luckily, you're not the sect master. If others knew that you don't even know this, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Yes, if I were to become the sect master, the first thing I'd do would be to expel you from Mount Kunliu. I was just joking. Hua Shui immediately put on a smiling face. She held onto Chu Hen's arm with one hand and Dan Zhen's wrist with the other. Let's go, let's go. Let's first find 8th Elder to buy elixirs. I'll help you negotiate the price. 100 Treasures Tower. It was built on a huge peak that was relatively low above sea level. The terrain was relatively flat, but it was very wide. Although 100 Treasures Tower's name was Tower, in reality it was a majestic palace city. The south side was the door, and the interior was divided into 3 regions, east, west, and north. The east region was the elixir storehouse, the west region was the weapon pavilion, and the north region was the martial arts tower. These 3 places were definitely important places in Mount Kunliu. Every day, there were disciples guarding these places. Apart from this, Mount Kunliu had also sent 3 high-level elders to take care of this place. East Region Elixir Storehouse. Under Dan Zhen's guidance, Chu Hen, Hua Shui, and Jishu arrived at a simple and ancient courtyard. The air was filled with the rich fragrance of elixirs. Just smelling it would make one feel refreshed. Senior brothers and sisters, may I ask why you're here? A boy of about 8 or 9 years old walked out from the courtyard. This little boy was the assistant of the alchemists here. They were generally children of poor families. Coupled with their limited talent, there was no way for them to have too much success on the path of the martial Tao. They could only earn some money here to maintain the food and clothing of their families. Is 8th elder here? Hua Shui asked as she handed over a few pieces of high-grade elemental crystals to him. This is for you to buy some sweets. Thank you, big sister. Thank you, big sister. The boy's eyes were shining. He quickly nodded and thanked her. He pointed to the backyard and said, 8th elder is inside. I'll lead you to him. There's no need. Go and do your work. We can go there ourselves. Danjin said, Yes. The boy replied respectfully. From his eyes, one could see the envy he had for the few of them. Chu Hen's heart was slightly touched. There were too many injustices in this world. The gap between people would always exist, however. This did not bring much change to Chu Hen's mood. He followed them into the backyard. The fragrance of elixirs grew stronger. In the main hall of the backyard, a white-haired elder was holding an account book and flipping through it. Hearing the footsteps outside, the elder said, Little Chu Hen, little Danjun, little Hua Shui, little Jishu. The 4 of you are here to snatch elixirs again? Let me tell you, it's not good to eat too many elixirs. If Chu Hen and his group needed resources for cultivation, they could come here directly to get them. In the past few days, Hua Shui often came here with a few people, which annoyed the 8th patriarch. Now he didn't even want to see Hua Shui, this sly girl. It was Chu Hen's first time here. He saw 8th elder sitting on the inside of the long table near the door, like a shopkeeper of a restaurant. The main hall was filled with layers of drawers. The name of the elixir was written on the side of each drawer. We are not here to snatch elixirs. Today we are here to buy elixirs. As soon as Hua Shui entered the room, she swaggered and sat down on a chair. Chu Hen cupped his fists politely. 8th elder, buy elixirs. 8th elder lifted his eyelids slightly and said with slight disdain, I have many elixirs here. Generally speaking, there are 2 types. One is for wuxiu and the other is for pattern masters. Which level do you want? Elixirs below the Earth Profound Realm and Earth Pattern Master. Oh! 8th elder was a little surprised. Chu Hen's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Earth Profound Realm. Why would he need elixirs of the Void-Piercing Realm? I have 3 types of medicinal pellets below the Earth Profound Realm. The Heavenly Vitality Blood Burst Pill. 5 million high-grade Origin Crystal Stones. The Earth Dipper Tiger Soul Pill, 8 million, and the Heavenly Dipper Shaman Power Pill, 10 million high-grade Origin Crystal Stones. Which one do you want? No way. Old man, you're so unscrupulous. Hua Shui jumped up in anger. She opened her eyes wide and scolded. You're such a bully. I'm an alchemist. What's the hurry? I haven't finished my sentence yet, have I? If you buy more than 100, I can give you a 10% discount. Chapter 733. Heaven Vitality Blood Explosion Pill. 5 million upper-grade primordial crystal stones. 8 million Earth Gang Tiger Soul Pill. 10 million upper-grade primordial crystal stones. If you buy more than 100 of them, I can give you a 10% discount. After knowing the purpose of Chu Hen's visit, the 8th elder took the initiative to recommend the 3 main medicinal pills. How much for the medicinal pills used by spiritual tattooists? Chu Hen asked. Generally speaking, a spiritual tattooist strengthens the growth ability of a street tree and strengthens the Reiki energy. I recommend the True Soul Energy Pill. It's slightly more expensive than the medicinal pill used by wuxiu. 12 million upper-grade primordial crystal stones. If you want it, I'll give you 11 million. Since Hua Shui, the insider, was by his side, the eighth elder also knew that it was meaningless to raise the price. He might as well be straightforward and directly quoted a price that was close to the lowest line. Moreover, Chu Hen might be the leader of Mount Kunliu in the future. He still had to give him face. Give me the Heaven Gang Witch Power Pill and the True Soul Energy Pill. Chu Hen didn't even think about it and directly chose the best one. How many do you want? The eighth elder asked. 500 of each. What? Chu Hen's answer directly shocked the eighth elder. He looked at Chu Hen in astonishment. However, Chu Hen's eyes were calm and did not seem to be joking at all. Are you sure? Yes. 10 million Heaven Gang Witch Power Pill. I'll give you 9 million, so 500 of them will be for 5 billion. 12 million True Soul Energy Pill. I'll give you 11 million, so 500 of them will be 5 billion, so that's 10 billion, the eighth elder calculated for him in detail. 10 billion upper-grade primordial crystal stones. To the previous Chu Hen, it was definitely an astronomical figure that he did not even dare to think about. Now that he had 80 billion assets in his hands, he could totally satisfy the craving of being rich. Another 500 Earth Gang Tiger Soul pills and 1,200 Heavenly Vitality Blood pills. After a short hesitation, Chu Hen spoke again. The eighth elder was shocked once again. This guy had so much money on him. Ahem, the Earth Gang Tiger Soul pill costs 8 million high-grade origin crystal stones each, so 500 of them would be 4 billion. The Heavenly Explosive Blood pill costs 5 million each, so 100 and 200 of them would be 6 billion, for a total of 10 billion. I'll give you a 10% discount. So, what 10% discount? Before the eighth elder could finish, Hua Shui slapped the table and said, I don't want you to give me a discount. Just give a gift to Chu Hen. Bring me a bottle of Tree Soul Heaven Nurturing Liquid. Holy *T, no way! You want my Tree Soul Heaven Nourishing Elixir? Don't even think about it. The eighth elder was so angry that he jumped up and glared at the other party. You don't want to give it to me? Hua Shui asked. No. All right, let's go, Chu Hen. We won't buy his medicinal pills anymore. Humph, little Hua Shui, do you think you can scare me? Apart from me, who else in this Mount Kunliu can provide you with so many pills at once? The eighth elder was not frightened by the other party. Hua Shui glanced at him disdainfully. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, I know all the medical elders in the entire Mount Kunliu. If I ask each of them for a few dozen pills, I should be able to gather that amount, right? The eighth elder was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. Then he looked like he was about to burst into tears. Little Hua Shui, do a good deed and let this old man go. I only have 3 bottles of Tree Soul Heaven Nourishing Elixir. You can't buy it, even if you have the money. Hua Shui snorted. Are you lying to a child? Hurry up! Are you going to give it to me or not? Can we negotiate? No. You are ruthless. The eighth elder was so angry that his teeth were itching. He clenched his teeth and took out a transparent glass bottle with trembling hands. This is... Chu Hen's eyes lit up. He saw a drop of silver-white spiritual liquid swaying in the glass bottle. That drop of spiritual liquid was in the shape of a teardrop, and it faintly emitted an incomparably pure fluctuation of spiritual energy. What was even more peculiar was that Chu Hen only looked at it for a moment, and he immediately felt that the Tao tree in his Naiwan palace was slightly agitated. It was like a person who had been starving for a few days had a craving for food. Hee, Chu Hen, hurry up and thank the eighth elder. Hua Shui hurriedly pushed Chu Hen's arm. Although Chu Hen did not know what this so-called Tree Soul Heaven Nourishing Elixir was, he could tell from the conversation between the two and the eighth elder's expression that this item was not ordinary. He immediately smiled. Thank you, eighth elder. Humph. The eighth elder clenched his hand and held the glass bottle in his palm. He said angrily, "Pay half of the deposit first. I'll send someone to deliver the elixir you want before this evening. You'll pay the other half." Chu Hen was stunned at first. He then laughed loudly. "Why do I have to pay half of the deposit first? I'll pay in full right now." After he finished speaking, Chu Hen took out 10 exquisitely crafted storage rings and placed them on the table. There were 2 billion high-grade, primordial crystal stones in each of the rings. "Eighth elder, please count them." The eighth elder separated a wisp of true origin energy and sent it into the storage rings. After about 5 seconds, his expression softened. "Humph, you're straightforward. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't stay with this sly girl. She'll turn bad easily." As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Shui stuck out her tongue and made a face. She then snatched the tree soul heaven nourishing elixir from the eighth elder's hand and stuffed the glass bottle into Chu Hen's hand. "We still have to go somewhere else. Eighth elder, please send the elixir over as soon as possible." Then Hua Shui grabbed Chu Hen's arm and quickly fled from the place. Let's go, let's go. Don't wait for this old man to go back on his word." Dan Zhen and Ji Shu also bid farewell to the eighth elder. "What's wrong? What's the use of this thing?" Chu Hen asked as he stepped out of the door. "Of course, this small bottle of tree soul heaven nourishing elixir is worth at least 2.5 billion. It can speed up the growth of your street tree. If you take it to an auction or sell it to an inscription master, it won't be a problem to double the price. Even if he gives you a 10% discount, it's only 1 billion. This is enough for you." Hua Shui was mischievous. With her around, the eighth elder would not be able to gain much. Chu Hen found it funny. He did not expect to gain such an extra benefit by bringing Hua Shui along. Behind him, the eighth elder sighed. "Sigh, what a loss, what a loss. I, the eighth elder of Mount Kunliu, have been cheated by a few juniors. How embarrassing." The eighth elder's eyelids drooped. He looked like he wanted to cry, but could not. Of course, although the eighth elder looked like he had been bullied, he was actually very clear-headed. Regardless of whether he had made a profit or a loss from this deal, the eighth elder had really done Chu Hen a favor. After all, the other party was very likely to become the sect leader. Just this point alone was enough. To be able to sit in the position of the eighth elder in Mount Kunliu, where there were so many talents, how could he be a mediocre person? After leaving the Eastern Elixir Storehouse, the few of them could not stop laughing. "Hua Shui, you made the eighth elder's face turn green with anger." Dan Zhen laughed. "Who asked him to sell the elixir at such a high price? Didn't we look for him to get some benefits? You little girl." The few of them laughed and shook their heads. In just a short while, they had already spent 20 billion high-grade origin crystal stones. Chu Hen could not help but sigh. It was good to be rich. However, Chu Hen did not feel the pinch. This was because you got what you paid for. For example, the heavenly explosive blood pill that was worth 5 million was a treasure that would cause people to fight for it, even if it was in the 100 Nations prefecture. 1,200 heavenly explosive blood pills, 500 earthen Dipper Tiger Soul pills, 500 heavenly Dipper Shaman Strength pills, and 500 True Spirit Heart pills were enough to raise the General Alliance's overall strength by dozens of levels. It was not an exaggeration to say that with these elixirs, the General Alliance would definitely become an overlord in the 100 Nations prefecture in the next 2 to 3 years. This also fully demonstrated the disparity between the two provinces. If it was possible, Chu Hen really hoped that the General Alliance would be able to walk out of the 100 Nations prefecture one day and look to a higher and further world. However, Chu Hen also understood that this was not the time to think about this, let alone the General Alliance. Even he himself still had a long way to go. Chapter 734. Weapons Pavilion. The moment they entered the pavilion, a gloomy and heavy aura washed over them. The first thing that came into view were rows of weapon racks. The weapon racks were filled with all kinds of weapons. It was a dazzling array that dazzled one's eyes at a glance. There were swords, sabers, spears, armors, arm guards. All kinds of weapons were there. Anything that could be placed in the weapons pavilion of Mount Kunliu was not an ordinary item. Chu Hen and the others could clearly feel the obscure energy waves emitted by the weapons. "What are you doing here?" Along with an indifferent voice, a tall and thin old man dressed in a gray robe walked down the stairs from the upper floor. "Elder Ching." The few of them bowed slightly. On the way here, after leaving the elixir storehouse, Dan Jun had given Chu Hen a brief introduction of Elder Chung, who was guarding the weapons pavilion. He was an eccentric old man of few words. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then leave. When he saw that it was Chu Hen and Dan Jin, a trace of surprise flashed across Elder Cheng's eyes, but he still did not show the slightest enthusiasm. Chu Hen did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Junior Chu Hen wants to buy a batch of weapons and armor from Elder Cheng." "Oh!" Elder Cheng was slightly surprised. "What kind do you want? Can Elder Cheng give us a brief introduction? Saint weapons?" "Yes." Chu Hen nodded. The 100 Nations province did not lack spirit weapons. Many master blacksmiths could forge spirit weapons. Moreover, the General Union was founded by Long Qingyang and himself, so Chu Hen would not be stingy with them. Saint weapons are divided into 3 grades: Star Grade, Moon Grade, and Yang Grade. Star Grade Saint weapons start at 100 million high-grade primal crystals. Moon Grade ones start at 1 billion high-grade primal crystals, and Yang Grade ones start at 3 billion. Elder Chung said indifferently. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed when he heard this price. Compared to elixirs, the practicality of weapons made them exceptionally expensive. Saint artifacts were also divided into different grades and ranks. At the star level, it was an ordinary sacred object. Some disciples of ordinary sects could also possess such a weapon. Moon class was relatively high, but in a big place like the Victory East region, many people had the ability to control it. Only a small number of people in the entire province could wield a Yang tier saint artifact. Basically, only the elite disciples of large sects or clans could wield one. As for the saint weapon above the Yang grade, it was the saint weapon that was ranked on the list. This type of sacred artifact was definitely a treasure that couldn't be bought with money. The blue Ran sword and the revolving myriad beasts diagram in Chu Hen's hands were ranked sacred artifacts. It was not an exaggeration to say that if others knew that besides the blue Ran sword, he also had the revolving myriad beast diagram, Chu Hen would definitely be targeted by countless people with ill intentions. How do I buy it? This was a difficult problem. Chu Hen still had 60 billion high-grade primal crystal stones on hand. Naturally, he could not spend all of them. It was more or less the same as medicinal pills. Spending 20 billion primal crystal stones to purchase a sacred artifact was his budget. However, the lowest price for a star-level sacred artifact was already 100 million. Let alone a moon level or a yang level one. You don't have to buy a good sacred artifact. Dan Zhen reminded him in a low voice. She said, "There shouldn't be anyone in your general league who has reached the profound world realm yet, right?" "Yes," Chu Hen replied. "Then a star-level sacred artifact is enough. If the grade of the weapon is too high, it won't be able to unleash its full power, which would be a waste. Secondly, it's hard to guarantee that others won't be jealous of it and secretly send experts to snatch it. In comparison, I suggest that you buy some crafting materials and let them study crafting on their own to improve their crafting skills." After hearing Dan Zhen's words, Chu Hen understood. "I understand." With the help of Dan Zhen, Hua Shui, and Ji Shu, Chu Hen chose a total of 30 offensive star-level sacred artifacts and 40 defensive star-level sacred artifacts. After that, he also chose 3 offensive moon-level sacred artifacts and 2 defensive moon-level sacred artifacts. He spent a total of 20 billion high-grade primordial crystal stones. After that, Chu Hen used 5 billion high-grade primordial crystal stones to buy a large batch of crafting materials. These materials were all very rare and precious metals, resources that were rarely seen in the 100-nation state. In total, he spent 25 billion high-grade primordial crystal stones in the weapon pavilion. This caused Elder Chung to be surprised and amazed. After paying in full, Chu Hen and the others left the weapon pavilion and moved on to the Martial Arts Tower in the Northern District. The Martial Arts Tower was the liveliest place, and many disciples of Mount Kunliu were gathered there. As soon as they entered the Martial Arts Tower, many disciples of Mount Kunliu looked at them in shock. What's going on? Is it Chu Hen and Dan Zhen? What are they doing here? Could it be that they lack martial skills? There were all kinds of books in the Martial Arts Tower, and they were extensive and profound. But to be honest, the top martial arts of Mount Kunliu were not here. They were in the mysterious realm of the Flying Immortal, the mysterious realm of the demon slaying, and the mysterious realm of the void. Chu Hen, Dan Zhen, and Hua Shui were people who had entered the mysterious realm of the Flying Immortal. Any martial arts book that they casually learned in the mysterious realm could not be compared to the martial arts book in the Martial Arts Tower, especially Chu Hen, who had mastered the single sword flying immortal technique that everyone envied. It was even more impossible for him to come here to choose a martial arts book. Senior brothers and sisters, what are you here for? A young disciple came forward to greet them. From his eyes, one could see that he respected and wanted to please Chu Hen and the others. That's right. What are you doing here? Then a deep voice sounded, and a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out from the inside. This person was the manager of the Martial Arts Tower, Elder Rong. Elder Rong, I want to buy a batch of martial skills from you. By martial skills? The surrounding people were stunned. Elder Rong frowned slightly, then pointed to the bookshelf behind him and said, "The martial skills marked with the Kuin character of our sect are only passed on to disciples of our sect and are not to be leaked. As for the external character, you can copy them as you please. Mount Kunliu was very strict when it came to martial arts and cultivation techniques. Actually, it was not just Mount Kunliu. No sect, family, or force would allow their martial skills to be leaked to the outside world. This was like the ownership of a territory. When one's own things were shared with others, no matter how bad the thing was, one would feel uncomfortable. Moreover, the martial arts manuals marked with the word external were basically from the outside world, or they were obtained by Mount Kunlu after destroying other forces and sects in the past. The martial skills marked with the external character are not bad, but they do not originate from our Mount Kunliu, so the management is not as strict. To be honest, these foreign books can be considered to be the specialties of hundreds of sections. There are all kinds of strange and rare secret techniques and skills, Ji Shu explained. Chu Hen nodded slightly. He naturally understood this logic. How many external, character, martial skills are there here? Chu Hen asked. About 1,000 of them. If you want, I can only copy them for you. The price is about 10 million high-grade origin crystal stones each. It had to be said that this price was a little too high. If Chu Hen copied and cultivated them himself, he would not have to spend a single cent. However, what Chu Hen bought was the usage rights of these martial arts techniques. After spending money to buy them out, he could willfully spread these martial arts techniques to the outside world. It was all possible. Which one do you want? Go and pick it yourself. Elder Rong said in a deep voice. Chu Hen smiled and shook his head. There's no need to pick. I want all the martial skills marked with the external character. What? His sudden answer caused everyone to be flabbergasted. He wanted all of them? Was he joking with him? Subsequently, Chu Hen placed 5 storage rings on the counter at the side. There are 10 billion high-grade origin crystal stones in them. Count them. If there are no problems, we can trade. 1. 10 billion? Everyone couldn't understand what was going on. How could he just throw it out so casually? Chapter 735. In less than 2 hours, Chu Hen, Dan Jun, and the rest left the 100 Treasures Tower. They spent 20 billion upper-grade primordial crystal stones on purchasing elixirs, 25 billion on weapons and crafting materials, and 10 billion on martial arts techniques. 80 billion upper-grade primordial crystal stones were used up to 55 billion in less than a morning. If it was before, Chu Hen wouldn't even dare to think about this. I made a fortune with the help of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Token. Chu Hen shook his head and smiled. Then he took out a few storage rings and handed them to Danjun, saying, "Senior brother Danjun, here are 15 billion upper-grade primordial crystal stones." Danjun was stunned at first. "Why are you giving me these?" Chu Hen said with a smile, "Of the 7 heaven and earth black-yellow tokens, one of them originally belonged to you. 80 billion high-grade primal crystal stones. There ought to be a share for you. Don't think that 15 billion is too little." Chu Hen still had 25 billion upper-grade primordial crystal stones on him. Theoretically, he should give them to Danjun if they were to be evenly distributed. However, he was about to return to the General League, so he needed to leave a portion behind. Therefore, Chu Hen planned to give him 15 billion first. As for the rest, he would think of a way to make up for it after he returned from the 100-nation state. However, Danjun had no intention of taking it. He pushed his hand away and said, "You're treating me like an outsider. I was originally assisting you to collect the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Tokens. If you really put it this way, then there's even less of a share for me. If you hadn't arrived in time that day, the few of us would have died. Moreover, Liao Rui was severely injured by you first, so I had the chance to kill him. The main credit is still yours." "That's right." Hua Shui hurriedly echoed and tugged on Chu Hen's sleeve. "Let me tell you, senior brother Dan Jun's family is rich. He won't be interested in this little bit of money of yours." Dan Jun's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. "Can you not describe blindly? It sounds like I'm despising Chu Hen." "That's not what I meant. I'm just saying that your family is very rich and doesn't care about this 15 billion. No, in any case, we're not outsiders." All right. Don't talk so much if you can." Danjun was a little speechless. Soon after, she solemnly said to Chu Hen, "Keep these high-grade primal crystal stones for now. When we need it, we can just ask you for it directly. There's no need to draw such a clear line between us." After going through fire and water for several months, Danjun had long regarded Chu Hen as a trustworthy friend. As for the matter of collecting the Heaven and Earth Yellow Tokens, there was no need to be too clear about who contributed more or less. Since the other party had already said so much, Chu Hen knew that there was no need to say anything more. He immediately nodded and did not insist. In the afternoon, there was still around an hour before the sun set. 3 carriages from the 100 Treasures Pavilion slowly arrived at the place where Chu Hen lived. "Senior brother Chu Hen, here are 500 True Spirit Heart Elemental Pills, 500 Heavenly Dipper Shaman Pills, 600 Earthen Dipper Tiger Soul Pills, and 1,200 Heavenly Vitality Blood Explosion Pills. Please check and accept." A young disciple with a proper posture pointed at the carriage that was filled with bottles and jars. "Senior brother Chu Hen, here are the sacred artifacts you need. There are 30 offensive star rank sacred artifacts, 40 defensive sacred armors, 3 offensive moon rank sacred artifacts, 2 defensive sacred armors, and a lot of metal materials for forging, a total of 200,000 tons. Please accept." "Senior brother Chu Hen, here are the copies of the 1,000 martial arts, secret techniques, and cultivation methods you purchased. I've copied all of them for you. If there's any mistake with the original, I'll compensate you 10 times the original." Looking at the 3 carriages in front of him, Chu Hen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect the 100 Treasures Pavilion to make such a big scene. Wouldn't it be better to store it in a storage ring? They actually used a carriage to drag it over. It was really too ostentatious. It was especially so for the carriage in the middle that was filled with smithing materials. 200,000 tons of metal materials were piled up like a small mountain. If not for the sturdy floor tiles of Mount Kunliu, all of them would have been crushed. Senior brother Chu Hen, come over and count it. The young man with a proper posture said respectfully, No need. That's it. Then please sign your name on it. The man then handed over 3 scrolls in a row. The scrolls were all written with a list of transactions. After all, the items were valuable and the quantity was huge. Since Chu Hen accepted the items, he naturally had to sign his name as a receipt. Chu Hen casually wrote his name on the 3 scrolls, one after the other. Is it done? Thank you, Senior brother Chu Hen. The young man nodded politely with a smile, then took out a black token and presented it to Chu Hen. Congratulations, Senior brother Chu Hen, for reaching the highest level of contribution points, the black token. Contribution points? Black token? What the hell was this? But seeing Chu Hen's puzzled expression, the young man said with a smile, Senior brother Chu Hen still doesn't know, right? Our Mount Kunliu's evaluation of our disciples is based on contribution points. The so-called contribution points is the value of the disciples' contribution to the sect. For example, completing a low-level mission can obtain 100 contribution points, completing a middle-level mission can obtain 1,000 contribution points, and so on. Where do my contribution points come from? Did I bring back the heaven and earth black yellow tokens? Chu Hen asked in puzzlement. Reporting to Senior brother Chu Hen, gathering the heaven and earth black yellow tokens is a special mission. We haven't given a clear value yet. Then this is? It's income from consumption. I can increase my contribution points by spending here? Chu Hen's head was filled with question marks. The young man was extremely patient as he explained to Chu Hen in full detail. Ordinary spending is naturally unable to accumulate contribution points. However, Senior brother Chu Hen, you've purchased a large amount of resources and materials, pushing the operation of the sect. 55 billion high-grade origin crystal stones can be exchanged for 10 million contribution points. You've directly reached the highest grade of Black Order. He spent 55 billion high-grade primordial crystal stones in exchange for 10 million sect contribution points. Although Chu Hen didn't know how the other party carried out the conversion, at least he had a clear idea. What privileges does this black token have? Chu Hen asked. The black token is the highest level, and there are many privileges as well. For example, you can enter one of the 3 great profound realms to cultivate once, have priority to enjoy the sect's cultivation resources. You also have the right to recruit outsiders as disciples, have the right to recruit disciples of Mount Kunliu? Chu Hen was a little surprised. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that as long as one person in a clan obtained the black token, then all the younger generation of the clan could enter Mount Kunliu to learn from a master? However, there were many privileges of the black token, but it was definitely not an easy thing to obtain. In the entire Mount Kunliu, there were not many people who could spend more than 50 billion high-grade origin crystal stones in one go. If Chu Hen hadn't encountered a good opportunity with these 3 heaven and earth black yellow tokens, he really wouldn't have been able to make such a fortune. Senior brother Chu Hen, do you have any more questions? The young man asked. Chu Hen shook his head. No, you can go back and report. Yes, then I'll take my leave first. Then the young man left with the group of people who came with him. Chu Hen looked at the 3 large carriages in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but glint of anticipation. The arrangements were almost done, and he could set off for the 100 Nations state tomorrow. I wonder how Teacher is doing now. Chu Hen couldn't help but think of a peerlessly beautiful, purple-haired girl, Shilon. She was as gentle as water, and so beautiful that it made one's heart ache. After not seeing her for so long, His heart missed her. Also, Meng Shang, where are you now? Chapter 736. Mo City. This was a city located at the border of the Hundred Kingdoms continent. Ink City could be considered as a medium-sized city in the Hundred Nations region. Its streets were usually quite bustling, and the number of people coming and going every day was quite high. Roar! Screech! Suddenly, two loud sounds of fierce beasts broke the calm atmosphere in the city, Lord Mansion of Mo City. What's going on? Everyone in the city, Lord Mansion's expression changed as they looked at the teleportation platform in the backyard. Could it be that the Lord from Mount Kunliu has arrived? After being shocked, everyone in the city Lord Mansion couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. Every time the Lord from Mount Kunliu came here, he would give the city Lord Mansion a generous reward to reward them for managing and maintaining the teleportation platform here. In the next moment, a silver beam of light shot up to the sky. A strong and fierce aura swept out like a gale. A red-winged black shadow with a wingspan of nearly 1,000 meters and a stony evil dragon covered in rock armor with bright scales appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful aura of the demonic beasts made it hard for the people in the city, Lord Mansion, to breathe. There were few people standing on the backs of these two gigantic beasts. They were none other than Chu Hen, Dan Zhen, Hao Zi, Fu Qin, and the others. After everything was prepared yesterday, Chu Hen returned to the Hundred Kingdoms continent. Originally, he only planned to bring Hao Zi, Qi Teng, and Lu Qi with him. However, Hua Xue and the others insisted on coming with him, and even called Dan Jin along. Dan Jin didn't refuse. She had never been to the Hundred Kingdoms continent before, and wanted to take this opportunity to stroll around. Soon, a series of hurried footsteps came from afar. More than a dozen people hurried to the teleportation platform in the backyard. The leader was an old man in his 50s. Seeing the situation, the old man bowed deeply without saying a word. I didn't know that the lords from Mount Kunliu had arrived. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. The others behind him also bowed respectfully. Dan Jin raised her eyebrows and said indifferently, "You're the Mo City Lord." "My lords, this old man is Mo Ping, and I am the manager of this place. May I know why you have come here today?" "We came to the 100 Nations state for some business. You don't need to ask too much." "Yes, my lord. Here are 5 heavenly explosive blood pills and 10 million high-grade primordial crystal stones. Take it." Shan Zhan waved her hand, and a ball of gentle light swept towards the old man below. The ball of light contained a simple and unadorned storage ring. The old man's body involuntarily trembled as he received the storage ring with trembling hands. Then he knelt on both knees and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your reward, my lord." The other people in the city, Lord Manor, also knelt on the ground and thanked him profusely. "Thank you for your reward, my lord." When Chu Hen saw this scene, a faint ripple appeared in his eyes. 5 heavenly explosive blood pills and 10 million high-grade primordial crystal stones could be considered as a great reward for a small city like Mo City. Every time Mount Kunliu gave them a small favor, it was enough for the people in the city Lord Manor to do their best to maintain and manage the transporting formation. "My lords, if you're not in a hurry, please rest here for a few days so that I can be your host." "There's no need for that. We're in a hurry." Shan Zhan rejected without hesitation. As the strongest person in the flying celestial palace, he almost never interacted with the people here. If it was not for Chu Hen, he would never have come here. Roar! Subsequently, the scarlet winged black eagle and the Shurian evil dragon let out another loud roar before they flew away under the respectful gazes of the people in the city, Lord Manor. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Saint Star Empire. With the passage of time, the Saint Star Empire of the past no longer existed. It was replaced by the new overlord formed by the Academy's Alliance, the Inscription Masters Guild, and the Clan of Generals. However, due to habit, People still like to call this area the Saint Star Empire. However, it no longer mattered. In the eyes of the major forces in the Hundred Nations Prefecture, the Alliance of Generals had become an overlord. Especially after it formed an alliance with the Thousand Crane sect, the Alliance of Generals had grown stronger by the day. Under Alliance leader Long Qingyang's plan, the Alliance had occupied the ruins of the Seven Souls Kingdom, which had once been the overlord of the 100 Kingdoms. They had used this fertile land to form an invincible demon-beast army. After the Misty Wind Dynasty and the Colossal Rock Dynasty formed an alliance, the Flame Shadow Dynasty, the Heaven Net Dynasty, and the Sword Dynasty were also considering joining the Alliance of Generals. If nothing unexpected happened, it would not take long for the Alliance of Generals to rule over half of the forces in the prefecture. The imperial capital, the headquarters of the Alliance of Generals, the former imperial palace of the Saint Star Dynasty, was no longer the same. Almost everything inside and out had been refurbished. All the major buildings had been remodeled, and they were even more magnificent and imposing than before. The guards on top of the city gate tower were awe-inspiring, their appearances extraordinary as they guarded this dignified place. It was a spacious and bright meeting hall. A long table that was more than 10 meters long was placed at the center. Many of the higher-ups of the Alliance of Generals were gathered together and discussing. The president of the Academy Alliance, Principal Jiang, sat at the head of the table. Next was the president of the Inscription Master Guild, Qiao Yong, and a beautiful young lady. She was the eldest miss of the Su family, Su Yurong. The current Su Yurong was even more elegant and graceful than when she was in the Hidden Wind region. After Long Qingyang left, he handed over all the management of the clan of generals to Su Yurong. In other words, Su Yurong's position in the Alliance of Generals was not inferior to Principal Jiang and Qiao Yong. President Jiang, the Heavenly Beast Legion, has tripled in size compared to last year. Commander Donghua Hong plans to introduce a new type of demon beast, the Crocodile Beast. This demon beast isn't big, but its combat strength is very strong. If any students are interested in this beast pet, they can adopt a cub from the Heavenly Beast Legion, Su Yurong said clearly. Principal Jiang nodded. All right, I understand. After the Heavenly Beast sect in the Hidden Wind region joined the Alliance of Generals, it changed its name to the Heavenly Beast Legion, and sect Master Donghua Hong became the commander. Sword Forge City, which specialized in equipment refinement, merged into the Inscription Master Guild. The Academy Alliance was responsible for nurturing all kinds of talents from a young age, while the Inscription Master Guild provided pills, equipment refinement, and all kinds of talisman formations. The Clan of Generals controlled the military and trained all kinds of special forces. The three departments were inseparable and closely linked. Besides that, the Academy Alliance would send a batch of top talents to the Thousand Crane sect every year to learn from their masters, so that they could go further on the path of the martial Tao. President Qiao Yong, do you have anything to add? Su Yurong looked at Qiao Yong, who sat across from her. Qiao Yong frowned slightly and shook his head. Then he said with slight helplessness, I want to start researching and forging saint artifacts. Oh? Everyone in the conference hall was flabbergasted when they heard this. Isn't that a good thing? Why is President Qiao Yong frowning? The one who asked the question was Qi Wanli, an old subordinate of General Longbo. He later followed Long Qingyang to establish the Clan of Generals and was now one of the higher-ups of the Alliance of Generals. Qiao Yong shook his head. Forging saint artifacts is a problem in terms of materials. Everyone immediately fell silent. Indeed, the rare materials needed to forge saint artifacts were not something that spirit artifacts could compare to. Even though the Inscription Master Guild was the wealthiest place in the Sacred Star Dynasty, the materials needed to forge saint artifacts were extremely rare in the 100 Nations Prefecture. It could be said that one might not be able to buy them even if they had the money. Buy them from other prefectures. Another higher-up said, That'll be too expensive. Su Yurong shook her head and said, The materials needed to forge saint artifacts are extremely expensive. If we buy them from other prefectures, they will definitely raise the price, especially since this is our first time forging saint artifacts. We are extremely inexperienced. The first batch of experiments will require at least 100,000 tons of rare metals. 100,000 tons will require at least 2 billion high-grade primal crystals. Su Yurong's Su clan was a family of equipment refinement. She was very clear about the budget in this area. 2 billion high-grade primal crystals? Hearing this, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. With the General League's ability to accumulate wealth, after deducting the expenses of various places, it would be good if they could have 500 to 600 million high-grade primal crystals a year. From today onwards, they would have to wait at least 3 to 4 years to be able to collect 2 billion high-grade primal crystals. Moreover, for the first time forging saint artifacts, 100,000 tons of rare metals might not be 100% success rate. Even if they succeeded, they would still need to invest more in the future to be able to forge saint artifacts. With a rough calculation, it was indeed a little difficult for the General League at the moment. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything about this. President Xiao Yong shook his head helplessly. Currently, President Xiao Yong's attainments in equipment refinement had reached a bottleneck. Forging spirit artifacts was no longer too challenging for him. However, the problem in front of him made him sigh inwardly. Roar! Screech! Suddenly, at this moment, 2 earth-shattering roars of beasts came from outside. In an instant, the entire General League headquarters shook faintly. Not good. Is there an enemy invasion? Chapter 737. Roar! The ferocious beast's roar in the sky above the capital caused the entire ground of the General Alliance's headquarters to shake. Everyone's first reaction was that there was an enemy invasion. Principal Jiang, Su Yurong, Qiao Yong, Qi Wanli, and the others who were discussing various matters in the conference hall immediately rushed out. A surging ferocious aura swept across the area. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes were 2 behemoths with monstrous auras. It's the Beast King. Quick! Activate the defensive formation. At this moment, a familiar voice was heard. Everyone, don't panic, it's me. This is? The General Alliance members were stunned. Principal Jiang, Qiao Yong, Su Yurong, and the others raised their eyebrows, their eyes filled with disbelief. It's Chu Hen. In an instant, everyone in the General Alliance's hearts lit up. To countless people in the Sacred Star dynasty, the name Chu Hen was like the name of an emperor. It was extremely intimidating. Subsequently, 8 or 9 young figures with extraordinary bearings flashed down from the backs of the 2 huge beasts. When they saw the person in the lead, all of their faces surged with joy. It really is the Alliance leader. Alliance leader Chu Hen is back. Haha. The atmosphere changed in an instant, from solemn and chaotic to noisy and lively. In the hearts of the General Alliance members, there were 2 Alliance leaders. One was Long Qingyang and the other was Chu Hen. Long Qingyang was the leader on the surface, while Chu Hen was the main pillar. Buzz, Chu Hen, and the rest landed on the ground steadily. Other than Dan Zhen, everyone else was a familiar face. Everyone went up to greet him. Are you trying to scare us to death? Why did you cause such a huge commotion the moment you arrived? Su Yurong went up and patted his shoulder lightly. Where's my big brother? Chu Hen asked as he did not see Long Qingyang in the crowd. Qingyang left the General Alliance half a year ago. He said he was going to travel and cultivate. Chu Hen was not surprised by this answer. After all, he had a long talk with Long Qingyang a few days before he had left for the victorious East State. Long Qingyang was ambitious and had said that he would travel for a few years once the situation in the General Alliance had stabilized. Qingyang? Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows twitched, and he looked at Su Yurong with a slightly playful smile. He said, When my big brother returns, will I have to call you sister-in-law? Su Yurong blushed and scolded. Do as you see fit. Chu Hen couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. The other members of the General League smiled as well. Anyone with eyes could tell the relationship between Long Qingyang and Su Yurong. And Su Yurong's management ability was unanimously praised and recognized by the higher-ups. She and Long Qingyang were indeed a good match. Before Long Qingyang left, he had indeed promised Su Yurong that he would marry her once he returned from his travels. Let me introduce everyone. This is Dan Zhen, the #1 of the younger generation in Mount Kunliu's Flying Immortal Hall. Chu Hen introduced. Dan Zhen was a little speechless. This guy really knew how to flatter himself. I am Dan Zhen. Greetings, everyone. Everyone hurriedly cupped their fists in return. Now, the members of the General League had a better understanding of Mount Kunliu in the victorious East State. They knew that with Mount Kunliu's power, it would be a piece of cake to destroy the entire 100-nation state. Moreover, the aura that Dan Zhen exuded was truly awe-inspiring. Of course, the most amazing person was still Chu Hen. In just a short year, Chu Hen had already made everyone feel that he was unfathomable. This friend, you used to be a rat in the Bright Moon Academy? Show how. At this moment, a young man walked up to Chu Hen and the others in disbelief and looked at Haozi. Haozi smiled and nodded. What? Li Kai, don't you remember me? Upon hearing his name, the young man's eyes widened. Are you really little Haozi? Oh my God, where have you been all these years? I thought you went missing. This young man called Li Kai used to be a student of the Bright Moon Academy. Now that he had entered the General League, he found a job here. Upon hearing Li Kai's exclamation, a few people from the Bright Moon Academy and Tensei Prefecture immediately remembered Haozi. I remember now. You are little Haozi who used to hang out with Mu Feng. Yes. You seem to have transferred to our Tensei Prefecture from the Bright Moon Academy. In an instant, even Bright Moon Academy's Principal Wei and Tensei Prefecture's Principal Jiang could not help but look at this man with a pair of small eyes. It would have been fine if they did not look, but when they did, they were shocked. The aura that Haozi exuded had already reached the profound world realm, far surpassing anyone on their side. He was actually in the profound world realm. Other than Chu Hen, this tiny sacred star empire had actually produced 2 experts at the Earth profound realm in just a few short years. Principal Wei immediately lost his composure. Why didn't the Bright Moon Academy discover a genius like Haozi in the past? Principal Jiang, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. His own Tensei Prefecture produced 2 profound world realm experts in a row. Even though it had little to do with him, it was still a great honor to say it out loud. After a simple introduction, Chu Hen looked at everyone in surprise and said, What day is it today? Why are all the higher-ups of the General League gathered here? Principal Jiang smiled and said, Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. We are currently summarizing various preparations and budgets for the second half of the year. Is that so? Let's hear it. As Chu Hen spoke, he followed everyone into the inner part of the conference hall. Even though he did not like to manage these trivial matters, he was still one of the Alliance Masters after all. It was still necessary for him to ask about the current situation. Everyone followed behind him and entered the conference hall one after another. Principal Jiang, Su Yurong, Qiao Yong, and the others also explained the situation of the General League in detail and the preparation plan for the second half of the year. When it came to researching and forging the sacred weapon, Qiao Yong's expression could not help but become a little awkward, and his mood became a lot lower. Why did I say that President Qiao seemed to have a lot on his mind? So it's because of this? Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled with interest. Hua, Shui, Qi Teng, Haozi, and the others also stood behind Chu Hen tacitly. Each of their eyes revealed a faint sense of relaxation. Qiao Yong shook his head, slightly helplessly. I'm just mentioning it. I don't intend to research and experiment. Why? I think it's great that you guys have this idea. Is it about the materials for forging the sacred weapon? This is simple. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, Chu Hen waved his sleeves. A dense white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. In the next moment, 3 large carriages appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes shrank. 3 carriages. One of them was filled with bottles of elixirs, while the other one was filled with neatly stacked scrolls. Furthermore, the largest carriage was filled with all sorts of rare metals. The metal material was like a small mountain and was abnormally heavy. Even the tiles on the ground were crushed into pieces. Even the wheels of the carriage had sunken. Fire spirit rock, water rock essence, black jade rock. Su Yorong's face was filled with surprise and disbelief. She could not help but exclaim. Chapter 738. Fire spirit rock, water rock essence, black jade stone. All of these are precious metals used to refine saint weapons, Su Yorong exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yong, who stood at the side, had his eyes wide open as disbelief surged out from his eyes. With his discerning ability as the guild master of the Inscription Masters Guild, how could he be unable to discern the quality of these materials? All of them were rare metals of the highest grade. These materials would cost at least 5 billion high-grade origin crystal stones, right? Su Yorong asked probingly. Chu Hen nodded and laughed loudly. Sister-in-law, as expected of a family of weapons refiners, you guessed correctly. But where did you get so much money from? What's this? Hua Shui, who stood behind Chu Hen, couldn't help but step forward and say, all of these things added up to 55 billion high-grade origin crystal stones. What, 55 billion? Everyone in the hall sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this number. Principal Jiang, President Xiao Yong, Qi Wanli, and the others couldn't help but tremble as they felt their heartbeats quicken. However, when they saw Chu Hen was calm and had a faint smile on his face, their hearts were in turmoil, and they couldn't calm down for even a moment. All of these are. Let me introduce them to all of you. Hua Shui acted like a housekeeper as she walked forward and pointed at the first cart and said, there are 500 true spirit heart pills, 500 heavenly energy shaman strength pills, 600 earthen energy tiger soul pills, and 1,200 heavenly explosive blood pills. When everyone heard this, they felt their heads buzzing. With the knowledge of Xiao Yong, Principal Jiang, and the others, they'd naturally heard of the names of these medicinal pills, but they'd merely heard of them. Even the worst heavenly explosive blood pill had a price of 5 to 6 million high-grade origin crystal stones each. Let alone consuming it, an ordinary person wouldn't even have seen it before. Let alone the true spirit heart pill and heavenly energy shaman strength pill that cost more than 10 million high-grade origin crystal stones each. Don't be shocked, there's more. Soon after, Hua Shui began to introduce the sacred weapons and various martial arts manuals on the other 2 carriages to the crowd word by word. After listening to the other party's explanation, all of the General Alliance's higher-ups in the hall were scared stiff. These things in front of them actually cost 55 billion high-grade primal crystal stones. If the person standing in front of everyone was not Chu Hen, most people would not believe that this was true. After staring blankly for a while, everyone recovered one by one. They looked at each other with strange and excited expressions. Ha 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 ha, our General Alliance is going to rise up. With these resources and equipment within the next 3 years, we will definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the major first-rate sections. This is 2F** King exciting. Everyone was so excited that they almost overturned the table. The gloom that shrouded Xiao Yong's face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by intense excitement and surprise. With these resources, all of the problems in front of the General League would be easily solved. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Chu Hen was sincerely happy. After all, this was the organization that he and his elder brother, Long Qingyang, had single-handedly created. Not only did he want the General League to be established, but he also wanted this organization to shine and have a long history. Then, Chu Hen began to distribute the resources. The 500 true spirit heart pills and the various crafting materials were handed over to the Guild of Herbalists to manage. The 500 Tiangang Shaman Power pills, 600 ground Spirit Tiger Soul pills, and 1,200 Heaven Vitality Explosive Blood pills were divided between the Family of Generals and the Academy Alliance. As for the various martial arts and secret technique scrolls, they were given to the Family of Generals to manage, while the Guild of Herbalists and the Academy Alliance copied copies from them. Moreover, Chu Hen gave the most practical sacred weapons and sacred armors to Su Yorong, Principal Jiang, and the others to reward according to their contributions. They knew better than Chu Hen how to distribute the rewards. The General League was in an uproar. In less than half a day, the entire imperial city knew that Chu Hen had brought an incomparably large amount of resources to the General League. Moments later, everyone's faces were flushed, and their eyes shone brightly as they left the conference hall. Su Yurong looked at Chu Hen and said in a gratified manner, "If Qingyang knew that you had done so much for the General League, he would definitely be very happy." Chu Hen smiled, then asked, "Did Big Brother say where he was going?" "He said that he was going to visit your second sister at the Ice Mystic sect, then go to the various provinces of the eastern continent to cultivate. He didn't say that he was going to the eastern Victory province." "No, your elder brother wouldn't go find you. Don't be fooled by his nonchalance, but deep down he's the same as you. Both of you are very strong. He said that with you by his side, he would never be able to bear the main responsibility as an elder brother. He wants to rely on himself for everything." When Su Yurong said this, there was a hint of gentleness in her eyes. "I originally wanted to go with Qingyang, but he was worried that there were too many dangers out there, so he refused to take me with him. All I can do is take care of the General League's affairs for him." Chu Hen nodded, moved. This was indeed Long Qingyang style. Perhaps the next time the two brothers met, they would both be pleasantly surprised and surprised. "By the way, sister-in-law, here are 10 billion upper-grade crystals. I forgot to take them out just now." Chu Hen thought of something and took out a few storage rings. Then he flipped his left hand and took out a dazzling divine armor of flowing shadow. The armor flickered with a fiery red luster, and there seemed to be a faint heat fluctuation in the air. "This is the divine flame blood armor. I'll give it to you as well." "Why are you giving me these?" Su Yurong was shocked. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this armor was unusual. "The resources you gave us just now are enough for the General League to use for decades. You should keep these for yourself." This divine flame blood armor was a Yang-grade item, and it was priced at 3 billion upper-grade crystals. It was also the most valuable treasure in Lu Chuanfeng's collection. Originally, Chu Hen had planned to keep it for himself, but Su Yurong and Long Qingyang were already in love, and she was his future sister-in-law. Naturally, Chu Hen could not mistreat Su Yurong. This divine flame blood armor was a token of his appreciation. Chu Hen still had 25 billion upper-grade crystals on him, and he planned to keep 15 billion for future use while handing the rest to Su Yurong. "Take it. We'll be family from now on, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me for the rest of our lives." Su Yurong and Long Qingyang had gotten to know each other during the toughest times in the Hidden Wind region. The most precious thing in life was to have a woman who would not leave a man's side when he was at his lowest point, of course. Everyone had the right to choose their own happiness. Long Qingyang had no right to blame him for leaving. Long Qingyang had stayed to protect him for the rest of his life. Chu Hen was doing this to represent Long Qingyang's sincerity. Su Yurong's heart warmed when she saw the sincerity in Chu Hen's eyes. She took the items from Chu Hen's hands without hesitation. "Sister-in-law, the Misty Wind Empire and the Gigantic Cliff Empire have sent some gifts over to thank the two emperors for their support of our general alliance." Chu Hen said, Su Yurong nodded. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Chu Hen laughed heartily. Sister-in-law, you look like a strong woman now. Teasing me again? You're asking for a beating. Su Yurong scolded and rolled her eyes at him. She continued, You've rushed over from such a distant place in the eastern Victory State. You must be tired from the journey. I'll arrange a place for you to rest. This time, I'll stay here for a few more days before I leave. No need, we're going to the Thousand Crane sect later. I haven't seen my teacher in a long time, and I want to see her. Chu Hen's eyes glowed with warmth. Chapter 739. The Thousand Crane Sect. The sky was high, the clouds were light, and the mist was coiling around it. Abundant mountain spirit energy was drifting through the mountains, while the disciples of the Thousand Crane Sect sparred on the various platforms. They seemed young and full of vigor. Rumble. Meanwhile, a dazzling silver pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky from the peak of a mountain. Waves of clouds surged in the sky, while powerful waves of energy surged into the sky. Such a huge commotion instantly drew the attention of the disciples of the Thousand Crane Sect. It seems to be a teleportation platform. Based on its position, it seems to be a teleportation formation that connects to the Sacred Star Dynasty. Come, let's go take a look. In an instant, many people were alarmed and flashed towards the teleportation platform. Wham! Whoosh! In the next instant, a few young figures with extraordinary imposing auras appeared on the teleportation platform. Loud and resounding exclamations of surprise resounded right after that. It's Senior Brother Chu Hen. Senior Brother Chu Hen has returned. What? Chu Hen? Quickly notify the sect master. Compared to the uproar he'd caused in the alliance, this uproar wasn't weak at all. Actually, the relationship between Chu Hen and the Thousand Crane Sect was very subtle. In the beginning, Chu Hen had almost become a disciple of the Thousand Crane Sect. Later on, because he was a core disciple of the Thousand Crane Sect, Kotianchin didn't get along and Chu Hen had left halfway through the disciple test. In the end, the sect master, Qizhang, had even expressed that the Thousand Crane Sect would become allies with him. Now, Chu Hen's status had risen to the same level as Qizhang, and they were practically on equal footing. Chu Hen's sudden appearance here caused a huge uproar. Chu Hen, Danzhen, and the others had just left the teleportation platform when many disciples of the Thousand Crane Sect surrounded them. Moreover, there were many familiar figures amongst them. Senior Brother Chu Hen, you've returned from Victory East Prefecture? Li Hui? Zhou Lu? Chu Hen's eyes lit up. It was none other than the students who were under Shi Lan's tutelage in Tensei Prefecture. You too. Chu Hen looked at the two of them in surprise. We've all come to the Thousand Crane Sect to cultivate. Zhou Lu spoke with excitement. Chu Hen suddenly understood. Back then, he had heard sect master Qizhang mention that the talented young geniuses of the Generals' League could enter the sect to cultivate and obtain more orthodox and higher quality martial arts cultivation. It isn't just the two of us. Senior sister by Yue, Xiao Yan, senior brother Jixian, and the others have come to the Thousand Crane Sect as well. Young Miss Yu Qinyu is here as well, Li Hui said excitedly. Hearing these familiar names, Chu Hen's eyes could not help but light up faintly. Humph! I think he has most likely forgotten about me. How could he still remember so much? At this time, a slightly coquettish but cold female voice was heard. Not far in front of him, a graceful and beautiful woman walked out. Chu Hen raised his brows and smiled with interest. I can forget anyone but young Miss Qinyu. Long time no see. How have you been? It was none other than the beloved daughter of the West Ocean Grand General, Yu Qinyu. It could be said that besides Haozi, Yu Qinyu was the first friend of the opposite sex that Chu Hen had made in the imperial capital. After the Sacred Star Dynasty's imperial family was destroyed, the Generals' League didn't take away the West Ocean Grand General's military authority. Instead, the West Ocean Grand General was still in charge of the 3 armies and a city. Yu Chenyu had come to the Thousand Crane sect to cultivate with her extraordinary talent. Chu Hen could tell with a single glance that she was at the mid-stage of the void-piercing realm, and she was almost stronger than her father, the West Ocean Grand General. Yu Chenyu pursed her lips when she saw the warm smile on Chu Hen's face, and a trace of bitterness appeared in her eyes. However, she quickly returned to normal, and she puckered her lips and smiled. "Why are you back this time? Are you doing well at Mount Kunlio?" "Yes." Chu Hen nodded. "I won't be able to return for a long period of time, so I took this opportunity to come and see all of you." Yu Chenyu nodded, and she seemed to be slightly reserved. Perhaps it was because there were too many people around them, and she didn't know what to say. At this moment, a few figures with steady auras approached from afar. Everyone present here immediately bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Grand Elder." It was Sect Master Qizhang and Grand Elder Duan Qingshan. "Chu Hen, you've returned?" Qizhang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly went over to greet them. "Sect Master, Grand Elder." Chu Hen nodded politely. Their gazes met, and then Qizhang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "It's only been a little over a year, yet you've already attained the Earth's profound realm." The expressions of all the members of the Thousand Crane sect changed drastically when they heard this, and they revealed shocked expressions. When Chu Hen left all those years ago, he was only at the peak of the 7th rank of the Void Destruction realm. Such speed was simply unbearable. Even more shocking to Qizhang was that with his cultivation at the 5th rank of the Earth Profound Realm, he was actually unable to completely suppress Chu Hen in terms of imposing aura. In other words, even though Qizhang was 3 ranks higher than Chu Hen, Qizhang wasn't 100% confident in his ability to defeat Chu Hen in battle. Qizhang couldn't help but exclaim with admiration in his heart, "That fellow from Mount Kunlio really didn't misjudge Qin Shi." "Sect Master, let's talk in the guest hall," Grand Elder Duan Qingshan reminded from behind Qin Shi. Right. Qizhang realized that he'd lost his composure, and then he greeted Chu Hen's group and said, "Let's go to the guest hall." Chu Hen grinned, and then he gestured to Yu Chenyu, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu to go with him. After all, they were very close friends in the past. In Chu Hen's eyes, there would never be a gap between them. Li Hui's eyes suddenly opened wide. "Wait, are you Hauzi?" Hauzi roared with laughter. "Haha. Little Li, I shot you so many meaningful glances, yet you only recognized me now." Li Hui and Zhou Lu exchanged glances. "My God, we really didn't dare to recognize you just now. He's changed too much." In the past, Mouse gave people the feeling that he was a yes man and was rather timid. Now he was completely different. His bearing had changed greatly, and it was like the difference between a commoner and a noble. It was no wonder that Li Hui and Zhou Lu hadn't recognized him immediately. A short while later, the guest hall on the Thousand Crane sect's main peak. Before Qizhang could speak, Chu Hen asked, "Sect Master is an instructor at the Thousand Crane sect?" Chu Hen's intuition told him that Shi Lan wasn't at the Thousand Crane sect. Qizhang nodded and said, "Yes, she really isn't here." A trace of disappointment flashed through Chu Hen's eyes. "Where did she go? Did she go on a mission?" "No." Qizhang denied it and answered, "She went to the Sky Sect in the Eastern Victory State." Eastern Victory State? Sky Sect? Chu Hen was stunned, and he was slightly astounded. Instructor went to the Eastern Victory State? On the other hand, Shan Jin, Fu Qin, Hua Shui, and the others couldn't help but exchange glances, and they noticed the surprise in each other's eyes. The Sky Sect can be considered as a first-rate sect in the Eastern Victory State, and its strength can be ranked in the top 10 of the entire province, said Shanzhen. Qizhang revealed a puzzled expression. I'm Shanzhen. a disciple of Mount Kunliu's Ascendant Hall. Shan Zhen nodded slightly. So you're an outstanding disciple of Mount Kunliu. Please forgive us for our negligence. Qi Zhang stood up and cupped his fists to express his apology. Sect leader Qi Zhang, you're too kind. You can continue chatting. There's no need to pay any attention to me. As they exchanged pleasantries, Chu Hen was slightly anxious. He asked with a puzzled expression, "Why did instructor go to the Sky Sect? When did this happen?" It's not just Xilan, Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, and many other famous and talented geniuses in the province have been recruited into the Sky Sect as temporary disciples. Young Master Yuan, Wu Yuan. Formation Absolute, Yan Hanlu. Moreover, there are talented disciples from other sects who have been recruited into the Sky Sect? Chu Hen was even more surprised. The so-called temporary disciples were disciples who had joined other sects to cultivate, but they were still members of the Thousand Crane Sect. In the future, if the Thousand Crane Sect was in trouble or needed them, they could still be summoned back. What's the Sky Sect's intention? It's obvious that they're preparing for the opening of the ancient, desolate Heaven territory. Dan Zhan explained again. Upon hearing the words ancient, desolate, Heaven domain, sect leader Qi Zhang's eyes could not help but burn with passion. It was obvious that they already knew about the ancient, desolate Heaven territory. Chu Hen frowned slightly and looked at Dan Zhen. Dan Zhen understood tacitly. She raised her head slightly and continued. Some sects frequently recruit geniuses from areas outside the East Victory State to expand their overall strength. Due to the difference in regions, those geniuses usually won't refuse the requests of large sects in order to pursue a higher level in the martial Tao. The ancient desolate Heaven territory is about to open, and it's a time of need. Naturally, the more talented disciples they have, the better. Qi Zhang nodded. Indeed, the difference between the East Victory State and the 100-Nation State was huge. Compared to the Sky Sect, the large sects in the 100-Nation State were like the heavens and the earth. There was no comparison at all. Those from the younger generation who wanted to pursue the peak of the martial Tao would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although Qi Zhang did not want to see the top geniuses in his sect being poached by the Sky Sect, he could not change their decision. Qi Zhang knew very well that the Thousand Crane Sect's ability was limited. He did not want to stifle the growth of his disciples. Therefore, he encouraged Wu Yuan, Xilan, Yan Hanlu, and the others to join the Sky Sect. Chu Hen's brows did not relax at all when he heard this. To be honest, he was not happy that Xilan had obtained the opportunity to join the Sky Sect. The reason was simple. The East Victory State was too chaotic. It was not only the East Victory State, but more than half of the Eastern continent was in chaos as well. To put it nicely, they wanted to nurture more outstanding geniuses. However, in reality, they might be treated as cannon fodder after they entered the ancient, desolate Heaven territory. Report. Suddenly, at this moment, many figures rushed into the hall in a hurry. The other party's arrival directly broke the silence. Duan Qingshan, the Grand Elder, asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Sect leader, we just received news that the sect leader of the Sky Sword Pavilion, Mu Feng, massacred nearly 10,000 people in the otherworldly spirit sect the day before yesterday. The sect leader of the otherworldly spirit sect, Xue Fei Gong, was severely injured and fled in defeat. What? Mu Feng massacred the otherworldly spirit sect? Chu Hen's expression changed again. Chapter 740. Reporting to the sect master. I have just received news that the head of the Celestial Sword Pavilion, Mu Feng, massacred nearly 10,000 members of the otherworldly spirit sect the day before yesterday. The head of the otherworldly spirit sect, Flying Snow Palace, was severely injured and he fled in defeat. What? Upon hearing this news, the silence in the hall was instantly broken. Chu Hen subconsciously stood up from his seat. His eyes filled with deep surprise. What did you say? Mu Feng has appeared? Haozi, who was beside him, was also shocked, and his small eyes narrowed. The sect master of the Thousand Crane sect, Qizhang, stood up as well, and then he said to Chu Hen in a low voice, "I didn't have the time to tell you. A few days ago, there was some movement from the Skylink Sword Pavilion, and the defensive formation that protected the Sword Pavilion was dispelled. But I didn't expect the Heavenly Sword Pavilion to act so quickly. Just now, Chu Hen had come to ask about Xilan. He hadn't had time to ask about the situation at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. But before he could finish his words, such an important piece of news came. Have you seen that Mu Xiongkai?" The one who asked was Great Elder Duan Qingshan. "No, I didn't see Mu Xiongtsai at all." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was instantly astounded. Back then, during the Sword Codex meet, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion had met with an unforeseen event. The Shura sect, Illusory Rain sect, and Otherworldly Spirit sect had ganged up on the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and the Sword Pavilion Master, Mu Xiongtsai, had fought against the three of them alone in the chaotic battle. Mu Xiongkai burned his life essence and defeated the enemies. Mu Feng, who had witnessed his father's life essence being burned to the ground, activated the bloodline limit of the sword demon profound body in a fit of rage. When the defensive barrier of the Sword Pavilion was activated, he swore a blood oath that when the sword demon returned, he would dye the sky red with blood. After nearly 2 years, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion reopened. In just a few short days, news of Mu Feng massacring the otherworldly demonic sect had reached the ears of everyone present. The fact that Mu Feng was so ruthless was enough to show that his heart was filled with hatred. However, Mu Xiongtsai did not appear again. The answer was obvious. Report. At this moment, another figure hurriedly rushed into the main hall. "Speak," Qizhang said in a deep voice. "Reporting to Sect Master, the Celestial Sword Pavilion's team is already on their way to the Azura sect. On top of that, we've received news from the West that the Illusory Rain sect has already formed an alliance with the Azura sect. On top of that, several people from the Flying Snow Palace who escaped from the Otherworldly Spirit sect are currently gathering with the two sects. Before the previous wave subsided, another wave arose. The Azura sect, Illusory Rain sect, and Otherworldly Spirit sect had actually joined forces to resist the assault of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. It was obvious that a chaotic battle that would shake the entire province was about to erupt. In the eyes of the crowd, even though the Celestial Sword Pavilion had defeated the Otherworldly Spirit sect in one fell swoop and displayed an unstoppable might, the Celestial Sword Pavilion was still a force to be reckoned with. But they definitely couldn't defeat the alliance of the three great sections. Mu Feng's trip to the Azura sect was definitely fraught with grim possibilities. "Sect Master, what should we do?" Duan Qingshan asked. Before Qizhang could make a decision, Chu Hen said to Haozi, Senior Brother Haozi, "Return to the Alliance of Generals with Qi Tang and Lu Qi immediately. Mobilize all the elites and rush to the Azura sect as soon as possible to assist the Heavenly Sword Pavilion." "All right." Haozi solemnly nodded his head in agreement. Without saying anything else, he led Qi Ting and Lu Qi out of the hall in a hurry. Then Chu Hen turned around and cupped his fists at Qizhang. "Sect Master, let's talk after we return." A trace of determination flashed through Qizhang's eyes. "The Thousand Crane sect stands on the same side as the Alliance of Generals. I, Qizhang, will definitely not sit by and do nothing." Grand Elder, yes. Pass down my orders. Gather everyone in the Thousand Crane sect. It's time to settle the score between us and the Azura sect. Qizhang's voice was as loud as thunder, and an invisible pressure was released from his body. Grand Elder Duan Qingshan's eyes turned cold, and he bellowed, "Understood!" In less than 2 years, the 100 Nations continent was once again in turmoil. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion's sword demon had returned to massacre the otherworldly spirits, and now the Azura sect, the Alliance of Generals, and the Thousand Crane sect had formed an alliance. Over the next few days, The entire Hundred Nations continent could feel an invisible undercurrent rapidly spreading to every corner of the continent. The news of the otherworldly spirit sect's massacre spread like wildfire, and it swept through all the major factions in the continent. At the same time, everyone could vaguely smell the scent of chaos in the air. Most likely, the otherworldly spirit sect was just the beginning. An even more violent storm was about to fall upon the outer prefectures. Several days later, the moment the first ray of light from the horizon shone through the cloud layer, battle cries that soared to the sky erupted like a tsunami in a large canyon under the main peak of the Azura sect. The Yunluo Gorge was 400 miles long. It was like a natural moat that traversed the east and west of the Shura sect. It looked like a huge natural barrier. This was the Azura sect's most important line of defense. If anyone wanted to invade the Azura sect's mountain gate, they would have to pass through this place. The silence was completely shattered, and a storm descended. In an instant, the vast Yunluo Gorge had turned into an intense battlefield. Kill! Kill! The experts from both sides clashed head-on like two waves of beasts, and a dense black wave immediately filled every corner of the gorge. The experts from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion were dressed in black, and their weapons were bound tightly by a cloth band. They exuded a cold and sharp aura. Even if they died in battle, the weapons in their hands would not fall to the ground. All for the sake of vengeance. At the peak of a mountain on the east side of the canyon, the tip of the Buddha demon sword was planted in the ground, perfectly straight between the cracks of the rocks. Both of Mu Feng's palms were pressed against the hilt of the Buddha demon sword. A baleful aura surged from his body, and his pair of ice-cold eyes were stained red with hatred. He looked at the intense battle before him with an indifferent expression. His long hair danced in the wind, and his expression was so calm that it sent shivers down one's spine. Kill! The remaining elites of the Azura sect, Illusory Rain sect, and Otherworldly Spirit sect banded together and charged at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Even though the Heavenly Sword Pavilion did not have the slightest advantage in terms of numbers. Today, every single one of them had come with the resolve to die in battle. What was the most terrifying person? A madman who did not fear death was the most terrifying. Clearly, the people from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion had all turned into madmen who did not fear death. Audacious brat, those who offend our Azura sect shall die. At this moment, a dozen or so experts from the Azura sect charged at Mu Feng with intense killing intent. A cruel sneer appeared on Mu Feng's face as he faced the dozen or so menacing people. In the next instant, he raised the Buddha demonic sword in his hand, and an intense blue light erupted from the blade of the sword. Whang! As the sword pierced through the air, the space around it trembled. A blue sword ray that was more than 300 meters long swept through the air and ruthlessly slashed at the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 741. Ah! More than a dozen overlapping screams rang out. With the demonic sword in hand, Mu Feng had instantly killed more than a dozen Shura sect experts. A bloody mist drifted as a murderous aura filled the air. However, Mu Feng's eyes did not waver in the slightest. Raising his sword, he charged into the battlefield in front of him and began a merciless massacre of the Shura sect and Illusory Rain sect disciples. Boom! Beams of extremely powerful blue sword aura danced. Every strike Mu Feng unleashed was like the deadly light of death that came from the Grim Reaper. Wherever the sword light went, the enemies would be blasted into pieces. Severed limbs would fly in the air and splatter everywhere. The scene was abnormally bloody and cruel. It was unbearable to watch. In the chaotic battle, an area with a radius of more than 50 kilometers was reduced to a battlefield. The battle between the two sides was like a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Fierce battles of all sizes extended to every corner of Cloud Luo Gorge, spreading out in every direction. Scarlet blood dyed a large area of the soil red. Corpses were scattered everywhere. Buzz, Mu Feng raised the Buddha demon, sword high with both arms. Extremely restless true essence gathered on the blade like a violently throbbing blue flame. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was abnormally restless as the space began to vibrate rhythmically. Startling demonic sword. With a roar, Mu Feng slashed down with his sword. In an instant, a blue sword pillar that spanned 1,000 meters across the sky slashed at the Shura sect and illusory rain sect disciples that were charging at him with the force of splitting a mountain. Boom! The world seemed to lose its color with that one strike. The sword beam that resembled a divine pillar was comparable to the holy light that broke through a huge wave. The boundless blue light rippled high into the air like a tidal wave. A terrifying force came crashing down, instantly slicing through hundreds of enemies. Blood spewed out and flesh flew everywhere. The ground in front of them was immediately split into a huge ravine. The mountain ridge in the middle was split into two and split open from the middle. Rubble and dust flew everywhere. Evil creature, don't you dare be impudent. At this moment, a deafening roar came from behind. The black tide surged, and a thick, bloody, and ferocious aura surged towards Mu Feng. Bang! The bright blue light and the surging red killing intent collided, causing chaotic air waves and light balls to explode. Mu Feng took a few steps back and looked at the person who came. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Refinement failure, you old dog, you finally crawled out of that dog cage of yours. The newcomer was none other than a Shura sect leader, Lien Kuo. He was one of the main figures who had harmed the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Lien Zhao's face was ferocious as he viciously stared at the other party. Little bastard, I was careless back then and failed to kill you. I did not expect that it would lead to today's disaster. You are really much more ruthless than your useless father. Humph. Mu Feng laughed coldly. No matter how useless my useless father is, he's still got you 3 old dogs to scram out of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Buzz. Following that, 2 figures with powerful auras flew over from the other 2 directions. One of them was the sect leader of the illusory rain sect, Helian Zhong. The other was the sect leader of the otherworldly spirit sect, Shui Fei Gong. These 3 were the top experts of the 100 Kingdoms continent. They surrounded Mu Feng from 3 directions. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. A few days ago, the otherworldly spirit sect was massacred by Mu Feng. Now, the moment Shui Fei Gong saw Mu Feng, he could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. Bastard, you still dare to come here today? Ignorant brat, you are too arrogant. The sect leader of the illusory rain sect, Helian Zhong, also had a cold expression. The auras of the 3 experts were overwhelming. With the demonic sword in hand, Mu Feng's cold face showed no signs of fear. 3 old dogs, it's time to settle the debt you owe my Heavenly Sword Pavilion today. Humph, as you wish. Shui Fei Gong could no longer control the anger in his heart. He raised a majestic palm and attacked his opponent. A cold glint flashed in Mu Feng's eyes. With a wave of his demonic sword, a powerful sword aura swept toward Shui Fei Gong like a wild dragon rising out of the sea. Bang! The intense collision caused the space to tremble. A surging shockwave swept out from the 2, spreading in all directions. Immediately after, Helian Zhong and Lien Xiao also launched fierce attacks at Mu Feng from the left and right. Intense collisions of quintessential essence continuously blossomed between heaven and earth. The sky was filled with light patterns like a rain of fireworks, causing the space to tremble and ripple endlessly. 2 years ago, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was in turmoil. Mu Feng awakened the sword demon Shen body and greatly activated the limits of his bloodline. The sword demon bloodline could be considered a top-notch physique among the Shen bodies. If the limits of his bloodline were activated to the extreme, it could contend with a saint body. Many things had happened and changed in the past 2 years. Now Mufeng's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm. With the Buddha's devil sword, he could defeat the sect leader of the otherworldly spirit sect, Shui Gong, who was at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. However, Mufeng was not facing just 1/5 level of the Earth Profound Realm expert. There were 3 of them. Under the encirclement of the 3, it was clear that Mufeng had less offense and more defense. He quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Humph! How dare you come to my Shura sect and behave atrociously with this little ability? Kill him! Buzz! After saying that, Lian Zhao's blood and qi surged. A thick, blood-colored mist rose between his arms. Then he pushed his palms toward Mufeng. Rumble. An incomparably powerful, blood-colored path flowed down like the Milky Way, rolling up a terrifying force. The space trembled. The mighty force was like an army of thousands of horses galloping toward them. 1,000 net critical strike. At the same time, Helian Zhong and Shui Gong unleashed their powerful auras at the same time. Illusion art, lightning tribulation, mending the heavens. Clang! Thunder rumbled, and the sky darkened in an instant. Thick, dark clouds squeezed together, covering the sky and pressing down on the people below. The crisscrossing lightning was like thousands of silver snakes, shrouding the sky above Mufeng's head. Storm Nebula Fist. The sect leader of the otherworldly spirit sect, Shui Gong, also released a powerful aura. He punched out, and the true yuan that was like a tsunami formed into a tornado. Within the tornado, there seemed to be a ferocious and terrifying beast roaring. Endless gray light surged, and the powerful force seemed to tear the space apart. The extremely powerful attacks of 3 experts at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Like 3 torrents, they all surged towards Mufeng, who was in the center area. In an instant, the entire world was in a state of violent distortion. The violent and powerful wind waves intertwined with each other. The strength of this force was enough to shatter anyone who was caught in it. An unstoppable pressure surged toward Huang Xiaolong like a raging storm. Just when everyone thought that Mufeng was about to lose his life, a cold glint like a sharp sword appeared in his eyes. The wrath of the heavens, the appearance of the ferocious devil, the appearance of the sword pagoda, Great Pagoda demonic art! Boom! In the next instant, several dark blue light pillars intertwined with each other and shot into the sky. Mufeng raised the demonic sword in his hand high up, and a dazzling blue light burst out. Sword pagoda, pagoda/. A thunderous sound swept out, and the dark blue light pillars that intertwined with each other rapidly merged together, forming an ancient pagoda that was over 1,000 meters tall. A vast and surging aura of desolation spread out between heaven and earth. Endless blue light rose and blossomed. Boom! Bang! In an instant, the terrifying blood-colored great path, thousands of lightning tribulations, and the powerful fist force that resembled a nebulous storm. 3 extremely destructive forces attacked the space where Mufeng was. The violent power was like the roar of the wind, the frenzied tide of ferocious beasts, and the light patterns that were released rose and fell undulating in the sky. The 9 heavens were about to be pierced through by the soaring airwaves. The powerful shock waves surged toward the surroundings, causing many people from the sects who were fighting nearby to vomit blood and fly backward. As the light patterns scattered, the violent shock waves dispersed, and an ancient pagoda that was 1,000 meters tall once again appeared between heaven and earth. This was the move that Mu Xiongtsai, the master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, had once used. Now it had appeared once again. At this moment, Mufeng was actually standing at the top of the ancient pagoda, holding the pagoda demonic sword in his hand, looking down at Lian Xiao, Helian Zhong, and Flying Snow Palace. His gaze was like a torch, and his aura was awe-inspiring. What? He wasn't injured at all? Lian Xiao and the other two's expressions changed. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The stronger the bloodline limit of the sword demon Xian body, the greater the power of the great pagoda demonic art. Could it be that the purity of Mu Feng's bloodline limit was even higher than Mu Xiongxai's? Shock. Absolute shock. But in exchange for their shock, they were filled with unforgivable, murderous intent. Kill him first. Lien Shao shouted sternly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a few more figures with powerful auras, who had reached the Earth's profound realm, flew out from the chaotic battlefield below. One of them was the Shura sect's enforcement elder, Yu Sha. The Shura sect, the illusory rain sect, the otherworldly spirit sect. All the profound world realm experts flew around Mu Feng, surrounding him in the center. It was obvious that Lien Shao planned to gather the strength of all the profound world realm experts and directly kill Mu Feng. He had no intention of giving his opponent any chance to retreat. Buzz, buzz! Nearly 10 profound world realm experts released a terrifying and powerful aura at the same time. The sky changed color, and the wind howled angrily. With Mu Feng as the center, the entire space fell into an extremely uneasy rhythm. Everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was shocked. No matter how strong Mu Feng was, it was impossible for him to withstand the attack of so many profound world realm experts. The Shura sect's enforcement elder, Yu Sha, laughed sinisterly. You should be proud to die under the combined attack of so many of us. After we slaughter your Heavenly Sword Pavilion, the next step will be that arrogant General Alliance. Whoosh! Right at this critical moment, monstrous dark clouds surged down from the sky above the 9 heavens. Along with a mountain-like pressure, a ray of silver light suddenly shot down diagonally. It was like an aurora that came from the galaxy, and it struck Yusha with a force that could destroy mountains and rivers. What followed was a deafening bang. Sound. That pillar of light landed heavily in the valley below, along with Yusha's body. In an instant, a terrifying wave of silver light shot up into the sky like a tsunami. The ground sank deep into the ground, forming a huge crater. The ground cracked inch by inch, and debris flew into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Chapter 742. Bang! The mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. It was like a thunderbolt. A terrifying force descended from the sky, smashing Yusha's body heavily into the canyon below. The incomparably powerful shockwave was comparable to that of a falling meteor, accompanied by an endless burst of silver light. The ground caved in deeply, forming a huge crater. The ground cracked inch by inch, and a thick layer of rock was blown off. The sky was filled with gravel, flying nearly 100 meters into the sky. The majestic aura directly sent the surrounding sect disciples flying. The expressions of everyone present changed greatly. As dust flew into the air, another fierce young figure appeared in the pit that had been reduced to ruins. The previously aggressive Yusha was now sprawled on the ground. The young figure's right knee was directly pressed against Yusha's spine. The latter's body was greatly bent, and his internal organs and bones were all shattered. His eyes were wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. The Shura sect's enforcement elder Yusha was instantly killed on the spot. In that instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Humph! An indifferent smile rose from the corner of the young man's mouth. He slowly got up and casually brushed off the dust on his body. You still want to slaughter my General League? You talk too much. Whoosh! An invisible, biting cold aura spread out. He then raised his head, revealing a handsome young face. The sharp contours of his face were cold and handsome, as if they had been carved by a knife. It's you! The expressions of Lien Shao, Flying Snow Palace, Helian Zhong, and the others changed abruptly. Every one of their eyes revealed deep shock. How could this be? How long had it been since they last met? Had the other party's strength already become so powerful? Seeing that familiar face, a glimmer of light appeared in Mu Feng's eyes. He said somewhat frivolously, you've come just in time. How could I be absent when my brother is busy? Chu Hen said with a faint smile. Just you alone? Then you really shouldn't have come. Mu Feng said in a low voice. No, I'm here too. At this moment, a loud and clear voice exploded in the sky on the other side. Boom! The earth-shattering golden light tide was like the endless water of the heavenly river, surging over. Then, within the torrential golden splendor, a giant heavenly mouse rushed out. Rumble with an unstoppable momentum. The Skyrat phantasm charged straight at the Azura sect, Illusory Rain sect, and otherworldly spirit sect disciples. In an instant, a large number of disciples were crushed to smithereens by the ferocious attack, as if they had been crushed by a mountain. Another expert at the profound earth realm. Everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and Azura sect turned pale with fright. On the other hand, Mu Feng's pupils couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't help but clench his fists together. Apart from being shocked, a deep sense of joy appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, brother, how's I'm here. A young man with small eyes stood proudly in the sky, exuding a powerful aura that shook the surroundings. Looking at this familiar person in front of him, Mu Feng was really surprised. After not seeing each other for so many years, the word brother was enough to comfort him. Kill! Roar! Then a mighty army of demonic beasts crossed the mountains and charged towards them. The reinforcements of the General League arrived soon after. Principal Jiang, Guild Leader Qiaoyong, Suyurong, Qi Wanli, Dongguahong, and the others, many experts of the Frost Alliance led the Heavenly Beast Army to spearhead the assault on the enemies of the Azura sect, Illusory Rain sect, and Otherworldly Spirit sect. The General League is here. What? These stupid rabble. Lien Xiao cursed with a gloomy expression, but just as he finished speaking, rumble. On the other side of the sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder. The wind blew and the clouds surged. The surging momentum was like a galloping army. Figures with extraordinary auras stepped through the air. Without saying a word, they threw themselves into the chaotic battle to assist the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The Thousand Crane sect is here. Boom! Bang! A chaotic battle that was countless times more intense than before suddenly erupted in the sky above the cloud Luo Gorge. The earth quaked, the mountains shook, and the sky was in chaos. Sword light crisscrossed, spear light shot out. All sorts of gorgeous combat techniques collided like rainbows, causing waves of energy to surge. The momentum of the Azura sect's three-sect alliance was immediately suppressed. With the addition of the Thousand Crane sect and the General League, the situation on the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's side took a sharp turn, and their morale was greatly boosted. Bastard! Lien Xiao was furious, and he immediately pointed at Mu Feng, who stood at the top of the sword pagoda, and shouted, Quickly, kill this little bastard first. But as soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden beam of light shot down diagonally, like a laser, rolling up a powerful, murderous aura and rushing over. Bang! A majestic wave of true essence exploded between the heavens and the earth. Tens of thousands of golden patterns splashed out, but Lien Xiao was forced back by this impact. Then he steadied himself and roared with extreme hatred, Qizhang, what can I do for you? A frivolous voice assaulted Lien Xiao's face. The Thousand Crane sect's sect master, Qizhang, stood in midair while his entire body was enveloped by powerful true essence. A vertical eye flickered with a dazzling light gold light at the center of his brows, and he emanated a pure, imposing aura that was dignified like a god. Do you really intend to interfere in the matters of my Azura sect? Lien Xiao's killing intent surged, while a bright glow erupted from his eyes, and he wished for nothing more than to tear Qizhang apart. Humph! Qizhang laughed coldly, and then he flicked his sleeve and said, Lien Xiao, it's time to put an end to the enmity between your Azura sect and my Thousand Crane sect. That would depend on if you have the ability. Lian Mang was enraged. The veins on his forehead and neck were bulging. He shouted at Flying Snow Palace Helianzhong and the other Earth Profound Realm experts. Kill these little bastards who don't know what's good for them. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Lian Xiao dragged a ray of blood-red light behind him as he charged towards Qizhong. Blood shadow, profound body. Bang! Whoosh! A strand of scarlet-red blood energy instantly surged out from within Lian Zhao's body, and the dense, baleful aura he emanated was over 10 times stronger than before. In an instant, Lian Zhao's hair fluttered in the wind while the veins on his body bulged up. His bones and body had grown slightly larger, and even sharp nails had grown out of his hands. Qizhong, I'll make sure your 1,000 crane sect doesn't leave today. Hiss! Along with the sound of air being torn apart, a narrow, long, and sharp bone blade had actually grown out from the center of Lian Zhao's palms. These 2 bone blades were extraordinarily sharp and fierce, and she had no doubt that his skin would definitely split apart upon coming into contact with them. Humph! Qizhong wasn't afraid in the slightest, and he faced Lian Zhao's attack with his bare hands. Wham! Wham! As he moved, Qizhong's arms were actually suffused with a strand of material silver-colored powder, and in an instant his hands had become hard and stiff like rocks. Bang! Their attacks collided head-on. True essence surged while waves of energy shot into the sky. Both sides refused to give way to each other, and neither was weaker than the other. Lian Zhao's intention was very simple. He would hold back Qizhong while the rest of the people surrounded and attacked Mufeng. However, it was also at this moment that a dazzling silver beam of light flashed through the void, and a piercingly cold aura directly attacked the illusory rain sect master, Helianzhong. Humph, you're courting death. Helianzhong's eyes turned cold as he formed a palm with one hand, and he struck at the incoming phantom. In the next instant, a heavy leg covered in the power of dark lightning swept horizontally at Helianzhong. Bang! A dull explosion reverberated in the sky, and space trembled violently. Chaotic, dark lightning splashed everywhere. The leg and palm collided head-on. An incomparably fierce impact was comparable to the impact of a mountain. Helianzhong's body trembled, and he was directly sent flying back. Mu Feng's eyelids twitched, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He murmured softly, "Looks like even after activating the sword demon bloodline, it's still difficult for me to surpass you. Chu Hen, little bastard, die." At this moment, the otherworldly spirit sect master, Shui Fei Gong, had already arrived in front of Mu Feng. The powerful force of his palm was comparable to a flood that broke through a dam, and with the momentum of lightning, it blasted toward Mu Feng. Humph! The corner of Mu Feng's mouth curled up in disdain. He raised the pagoda demon sword, and it emitted a dazzling blue light as he blocked the other party's attack. Boom! The Flying Snow Palace's palm energy solidly struck the blade of the Buddha's demonic sword. The blue light surrounding Mu Feng's body immediately became restless. It was like a flame being blown by a strong wind, recklessly flowing and fluctuating. Mu Feng's feet were immediately dragged back from the top of the ancient pagoda. Shui Fei Gong's eyes were bloodshot, and he could not wait to devour Mu Feng's flesh and drink his blood. The otherworldly spirit sect had lost nearly 10,000 people. Even if he killed everyone from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion today, there would be no otherworldly spirit sect left in the 100 Kingdoms province. It was easy to imagine how much hatred Shui Fei Gong had for Mu Feng. At the same time, the other profound world realm experts also pounced toward Mu Feng like ferocious wolves and tigers, intending to assist Shui Fei Gong in killing Mu Feng first. Humph, don't forget that I'm still here. Hao Zi sneered frivolously. He immediately turned into a ray of light and dashed out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a profound world realm expert and blocked his path. Roar! Immediately after, a deafening roar of a ferocious beast shook the entire cloud Luo Gorge. A gigantic beast covered in rock armor, hard scales, and a pair of wings on its back came whistling through the air. The might of the Beast King overwhelmed everyone present. Shi Yan's evil dragon beast opened its huge claws and pounced on a profound world realm expert from the Azura sect. The latter was caught off guard and was struck down from the sky, crashing into a mountain peak. Boom!